All right, with that, I will go ahead and call to order the regular meeting of Vallejo City Council at 7:46 p.m. We will get right into it since we're running behind, and I'll ask our city clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Mayor Soares.
Present.
Vice Mayor Matulek.
Present.
Board Council members Begenzer.
Present.
Gordon.
Present.
Leduc. Present. Matias.
Here.
Palmeras.
Present. And also for the record, I'm attending virtually because I have a contagious illness and no one is in the room with me.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move to item 3, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone will please stand and join the council for the pledge. All right. Thank you all. While we get seated, we are going to move on to item 4, which is our report out of closed session. I'll turn it over to our city attorney for the report out from closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The City Council did meet in closed session immediately preceding the Housing Authority meeting with regard to the following items. Item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, 2 cases. With regard to those 2 cases, the council did provide direction to legal counsel. Item B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9, 1 case. The council received updated information and took no action with regard to that item. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. Its existing litigation is Jaeger Vineyards LLC et al. Versus the City of Vallejo. The council received an update and no action was taken. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. There are several cases listed under the same item. City of American Canyon versus City of Vallejo regarding the 1996 agreement. Sacramento County Superior Court case as listed on the agenda. City of Vallejo versus American Canyon regarding the same matter in a cross complaint. Case number as listed. City of Vallejo versus American Canyon relating to the Giovannoni case, Sacramento County Superior Court case as listed. City of Vallejo versus American Canyon relating to Watson Ranch, Sacramento County Superior Court case as listed. And finally, City of Vallejo versus American Canyon regarding, this is a CEQA case in Marin County, Superior Court case number as listed. The council provided direction to legal counsel with regard to those cases, and there is no further action to report at this time. Item E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, the case is Monte Rosa versus the City of Vallejo in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of California. The council received a brief update that the settlement agreement in that case has been finalized. No action was taken. With regard to the next item, item F, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives, Andrew Murray, the city manager, and Stephanie Cifuentes, the human resources director, the employee organizations, the Vallejo Police Officers Association, the International Association of Firefighters, the Confidential Administrative Managerial and Professional Association employees, and unrepresented employees. With regard to that item, the council gave direction to its negotiator. There was no action taken. And finally, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Manager. Council gave direction relating to that evaluation. There is no other action to report at this time.
All right, thank you very much. That is going to bring us to item 5, presentations and commendations. And today we will be recognizing our outgoing and incoming Vallejo Poet Laureates. So we will be honoring first our outgoing Poet Laureates, Jacqueline Yvonne and Kathleen Herman, which Councilmember Letajou will present some certificates, and then we will be meeting and honoring our incoming Poet Laureate for this year, Eric Manuel Soto, and Vice Mayor Matulik will be presenting a proclamation supporting your appointment as Poet Laureate. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Letajou.
Thank you. This past year, we had such a unique experience. We had 2 co-poet laureates. Let's give them a hand. And I will tell you, I had the wonderful opportunity and experience to follow them throughout the year. And they really did amazing work and some first-time work with our young people. They held many different events for the entire community to participate. And I just think you both did a tremendous job. And I personally want to thank you for all the work that you have done this past year in community, and the collaboration and the partnership that you showed was amazing. Thank you. You see that? Look at that love. So to both of you, both of these certificates say the same thing. So we want to thank you for the dedicated service as co-poet laureate of the City of Vallejo from 2024 through 2026. You both helped shape a new chapter in Vallejo's cultural legacy, expanding access to the literary arts, amplifying diverse community voices, mentoring emerging poets, and cultivating meaningful civic engagement through poetry. Through public readings, youth initiatives, collaborative arts, partnerships, community forums, cultural programming, and the publication of enduring literary works. Your leadership strengthened the presence of the arts in Vallejo's civic life and enriched its residents. Your vision, stewardship, and unwavering commitment to creative expression have left a lasting imprint upon the cultural fabric of the city. In sincere appreciation for your vision, commitment, and enduring contributions to the poetry community. And this is on behalf of Andrea Mayor Source and the entire council in our entire city. And I just want to, again, thank you for the work that you did with our youth in particular. You really embraced them. So thank you so very much for all that you have done. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if you come around, we'll take a picture with you.
And we'll invite up the Vice Mayor to present the proclamation to the incoming Poet Laureate, and then maybe we can all take a picture together, if that sounds good.
So it is my honor and privilege to do this proclamation, and for those that may not be aware, this is my first time meeting Mr. Soto, because we had actually planned to do an event at Dan Meany Elementary School this past week for our Dan Meany Literacy Night, but unfortunately we were visited by a swarm of bees that caused us to cancel the event, so we're looking to reschedule that, but in that honor, we're looking forward to Mr. Soto joining us at that time. So once again, it is my honor and privilege to read this proclamation honoring Eric Manuel Soto as Poet Laureate for the City of Vallejo. Whereas the Vallejo Poet Laureate program, sponsored by the Vallejo Center for the Arts Poetry Committee, selects the Poet Laureate for the City of Vallejo, who is then officially appointed by the city, and whereas the duty of the Poet Laureate is to promote the power of poetry and enrich the lives of Vallejo residents and visitors by sharing their gift of poetry. The Poet Laureate is dedicated to building community through poetry and inspiring a love of poetry and other forms of literature among all people. And whereas the city of Vallejo is fortunate to have an active community of gifted poets living and working in our midst. Vallejo resident Eric Manuel Soto was selected from the community and has graciously agreed to serve as our Vallejo's Poet Laureate for the term of January 2026 to December 2027. And whereas Mr. Soto is an accomplished poet whose debut collection, Inside the Umber Iris, explores themes of subconscious realms, mythology, and generational trauma. His work has appeared in numerous publications, including Huizache, Sonora Review, The Dewdrop, Action, Spectacle, and Antiphony, and work forthcoming in The Offing. In 2023, he penned the essay, Being a Poet in the Biggest Little City, for the Nevada Arts Council, demonstrating his commitment to fostering literacy communities. And whereas Mr. Soto has an active presence in the literary reading circuit in the Bay Area and Los Angeles area. He is a dedicated educator and mentor, serving at elementary through university levels. And he holds an MFA in poetry from the University of Nevada, Reno, and an MA in English from Sonoma State. And whereas, as Poet Laureate, Mr. Soto plans to make poetry accessible to all Vallejo residents through workshops at local libraries and community centers, to establish partnerships with Vallejo schools to bring poetry into classrooms, and to create opportunities for emerging voices through open mic events and collaborative projects that celebrate the city's diverse cultural heritage. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Andrea Source, Mayor of the City of Vallejo, and the Vallejo City Council, do hereby proclaim and appoint Eric Manuel Soto as official Poet Laureate of the City of Vallejo for a 2-year term ending December 31st, 2027, in recognition of the significant body of work and his service to poetry and poets in Vallejo. Dated March 24th, 2026, signed by Andrea Mayor Source, Vice Mayor Diosdado J.R. Matulak for District 2, Councilmember Peter Bergenzer, District 5, Councilmember Helen Marie Gordon, District 6, Councilmember Tanya Letiju, District 3, Councilmember Alexander Matias, District 1, and Councilmember Charles Palmeris in District 4.
Great. Thank you very much.
By all means, yes. The floor is yours.
Sorry, I just, want to read a poem just to kind of tease what, I'm going to do. I have big shoes to fill, obviously. We had 2 amazing poet laureates, so I'm hoping to live up to what you guys did. I could not be here if it weren't for my family, and so I'm choosing to read a poem dedicated to my grandmother. This is called Yerba Buena. Grandmother, in what gray-coated cloud does your heart rest? Sometimes I think I hear your voice rustle from the shoulders of a blue-tailed lizard, or perhaps in the swaying frilled tips of sagebrush surviving summer. In this departing hour, a silver horizon falls beneath my feet, and I wish I'd become a fading lunar eclipse. Perhaps then I'd stop dreaming of scorpions crawling out the mouths of French philosophers. Perhaps then the dream where rain drizzles sharp pineapple rinds and redwood trees where 1,000 bovine eyes would end. Grandmother, resurrect your spirit-healing hands and cure me by rubbing alcohol and spearmint on my skin. I want to know I am still your child, and ask it so because I want the Morelia marigolds to know. I want the mossy stone blocks of Sin Sun to know. I want Mikante Kutli and Tezcatlipoca to know. Today I thought I heard your voice blow in from a southern current and billow into idyllic winds heading towards the sun, but it was a green-winged hummingbird fluttering above. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And why don't we, if we could have all our past and present laureates, we can take a group photo up here. All right, with that, we will continue on to our first community forum. We'll go ahead and start the public comment clock, but I will tell our folks online, our first community forum is limited to 15 minutes, and we do have more than 5 speakers here in person, so it's unlikely that we will be able to get any online commenters until our second community forum later in the meeting. We will go ahead and start calling our in-person speakers in order.
Yes, our first three speakers in this order are Matthew Aguiar, Ryan Masano, and Rodney Levias. Matthew Aguiar is first, and then second is Ryan Masano, and third would be Rodney Levias.
How y'all doing tonight? My name is Matthew Aguilar, and I'm born and raised in Vallejo. You know, in 2003, the Ecology Center organization reported that David Martinez turned down $1.5 billion. It's a lot, right? And that's with Bechtel, Shell, and Power. Now, I don't know about how y'all can spend $1.5 billion, but I'm pretty sure the housing will be taken care of. Pretty sure the schools will have money. I'm pretty sure there'll be stuff to be built and all that jazz, yeah? But with that part, it was going to be built on the southern tip of Mare Island. Also, San Francisco Gate reported that, I'm going to butcher his name, so please forgive me, Faraday. Also with a billionaire by the name of Jayueting. They're recording Vallejo. They really wanted to build Lucid right there on the northern tip of Mare Island. We said no. In March, Google entertained the fact they were willing to invest $17 million to a factory OS for modular homes. But in 2020, ain't nothing was shown. You guys like Netflix? Yeah. Transformers, Autobots, Decepticons? Walking Dead. The reason why I bring those up is because those were some of the studios that filmed right there on Mare Island, that they were really interested in opening up. Fortunately, we lost them too. And like I said, born 88, real Hogan Spartan. I remember the Grotto, Rod's Hickory Pit. But unfortunately, we are living in Vallejo where now every time you drive past the street at the end of the night, we literally see The Walking Dead. And not just my kids, but the future of Vallejo, the kids growing up deserve way much more. I mean, just a couple days ago, wasn't there a body found behind the police station? I'd like to ask y'all, please. I'm not saying y'all mind readers, Miss Cleo, y'all can predict the future. If y'all do, please let me know a couple Powerballs. But with that said, could we please put our heads together and could we please strive to make Vallejo a proud city, what it once was. And if y'all could please, at the end of the day, pray for the city, because this thing need everything y'all got. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you very much.
Next is Ryan Masano.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be back. I first began speaking in 2012. I see that every single person who was on the dais back then is gone, and it's replaced with a new group. And I have no doubt that probably in 12 years, there will be a new group. And so the point of this is that humans, every single one of us, 8 billion on this earth, we're all gonna die. There is only one entity that's immortal and eternal and will never die. And I think we should pay attention to that rather than humans, which the most powerful and most wealthy are all going to pass away. So don't be afraid of humans. But I want to talk about social media, first of all. Social media has been a curse. I would recommend every parent with kids under 18, you don't give your kids a cell phone. I am happy that I was raised without a cell phone and without the internet. It was a beautiful childhood, and I am deeply disturbed that the average child is deprived of that experience. A video was on YouTube, which I don't believe in YouTube because this war that just broke out, I did a YouTube video about an hour after it started, and I pointed out how all the media is coordinating to push a war, and within an hour, my video was banned for hate speech. So I think we have to get off of these social media sites because we can do our thinking ourselves. I don't need Google, Facebook, Twitter to do my thinking for me, to tell me which of my fellow millions of Americans I can't see. We could do that judging for ourselves. We don't need these big tech companies to do our thinking for us. So I want to move on, though. Oh my goodness, way more of my time passed than I thought. There was a video on YouTube which actually was productive. It said the worst city to visit in California is Vallejo, because Vallejo has a crime average that is 200 times violent crime, 200 times higher than the national average. That is a disgrace. So I think we need to use critical thinking and stop talking about police brutality and start focusing on the real crime, because in Bolshevik Russia, before 40 million Russians were murdered in cold blood, shot in the head, many of them, an experience that none of us in America have ever known, they were talking about police brutality. So those of us who are ignorantly pushing this narrative, I think we need to, I don't know why my timer stopped, we need to kind of consider what the effects of our actions are going to be. If you have a television in your house, I have to tell you that you have a Talmudic Jew living with you, because the thing has been controlled by that group ever since the inception of television. Has anyone ever heard of the word Marxist? I don't think so. I would appreciate, I didn't interrupt anyone, so I'd appreciate if I'm not interrupted either. Marxism is a hatred of white people.
Time.
So I think
All right, we'll call up the next speaker.
Next speaker is Rodney Levias, and I apologize if I butchered your name.
Through the chair, our Zoom just crashed.
Why don't we give it a minute to come up? Yeah, that was what happened, was the timer it froze because the Zoom crashed. So while we have you come up here, Mr. Levias, we'll wait for the Zoom before we have you start.
And after Mr. Levias, the next two speakers would be Mialani Boutain and Daniel Boone.
All right, I'm going to ask you give us 1 second. We're just trying to get the Zoom back up so you can be on the recording. But that'll give you a minute to get set up there. And if you'd like to adjust the podium, we'll just need you to talk into the mic once we turn it back on. I don't know how to do that, though. Manny's got it. Did that do it?
there's a toggle button on top of the podium. There you go, that one.
Okay, give us 1 minute. We're just going to we got to get the microphone turned on and this feed back up. I actually don't. Yeah, we have a council member participating remotely. So I'm so sorry, Mr. Levias. We are going to take just a brief recess until we can figure out what's going on with the internet, because we have a council member participating on Zoom that we want to make sure hears what you have to say. So just give us a couple minutes. Whatever you would prefer. Maybe there's a seat right there if you want to grab one of those front row seats. All right, so the issue that we are having for everyone's knowledge. Okay. For everyone's information, the city has noticed a hybrid meeting, and per the Brown Act, per California law, once we have noticed that the meeting is going to have an online component, the meeting must have an online component. So with the internet down, we are trying to see what options we have if we can get it back up. I understand that it's frustrating, but we would be breaking the law to restart the meeting right now. The staff are doing the best that they can, and we will let you know just as soon as we're ready to figure out the next step. All right, one more quick update. We are waiting for some additional legal analysis, but we're going to give it 15 minutes, and if we haven't been able to restore it by 8:45, we will suspend the meeting and figure out how to resume our items afterwards. So we'll take no more than 15 more minutes to figure out the next steps. All right, one more update for everyone. We are still setting 8:45 as our end time. As I mentioned before, the issue we have this evening is that we have two public hearings on the agenda. One is for the Vista Cove development and one is for Blue Rock Springs. Those public hearings were noticed as being hybrid, and so there are members of the public who likely are expecting to be able to comment as part of the public hearing virtually, and we would not be giving them that opportunity if we continued this evening. So if we don't have the internet up by 8:45, we're unfortunately going to have to close the meeting today and continue to a later date. We're looking at the 31st as a possibility, but that will be something that we'll have to notice later and get back out so that the public knows when that date is. So give us about 7 more minutes and we'll make a final decision. Thank you all for your patience. All right, everyone. With 4 minutes to spare, it appears we do have the internet coming back on. We will be resuming our meeting shortly. I know many of us had mixed feelings about that, but we will be resuming. All right, while we wait for the Zoom to come up, we have a tentative plan. It will not be an official. There we go. All right, we are getting back. Here we go. I would like to thank there we go. I would like to thank our guests online for your patience. The internet went out at City Hall, and we have been in recess until it was back, as we wanted to make sure that we had the hybrid access at the meeting. We were in the middle of community forum, so we will finish community forum and proceed to our consent calendar. And given the amount of time that we have lost, we have a tentative proposal on the table to hear our two development-related public hearing items this evening, the Vista Cove item A and Blue Rock item C, and the council will be considering continuing the other two items. Just given the amount of time we've lost with this recess, we would continue those to next week. So I wanted to mention that for members of the public that are here for specific items, that's likely the decision that the council will make in a few minutes. If we are ready to proceed, we're going to finish the community forum first, and then we'll take a vote on that, because we've stopped right in the middle of the community forum. With that, I think we're ready to resume. Why don't we go ahead and welcome up Mr. Levias back to the podium.
And once again, after Mr. Levias would be Milani Boutain, and then Daniel Boone, and if we have time, David Belliff.
Yes, my name is Pastor Rodney Levias. I've come here before, and I really have some exciting news that we're trying to acquire the 5.2 acres of land, which is owned by Caltrans. My goal is to build affordable housing for homeless. Now, my belief is that we need to have a written plan to come together as a community to rectify the problem of homelessness in Vallejo. And I would like to say that it's not the mayor's problem, it's not the city council's problem, it's not the city manager's problem, it's all of our problems. We need to come together as a community. So hopefully I'm reaching out to the community, and we'll start having open forums at our church. Our church is located at 21 Antioch Street in Vallejo off of off of Lakeside and Pepper Drive. I'm hoping that I can get some interest for people who are interested in building affordable housing for homeless people. Hopefully we'll be able to get a coalition of people from the city council, agencies that work with the homeless, agencies that work with foster cares, and hopefully we can get these people together in an open forum and come up with a written plan to rectify the problem of homeless. And as I close, I would like to say that I'm a longtime Vallejo resident. My grandparents came here in 1933. And one thing that is so significant about my life is that I went to Solano Junior High School in the 7th grade, and that was a low-performing school back then, before they built housing all over that area. And most of the guys came from Country Club Crest. And most of the guys were thinking about being dope dealers or gangsters or whatever. And I probably would have ended up like that. But I was able to go to Vallejo Junior High School when it was first built. And those teachers poured into us. They didn't care that my mother had been married 3 times, or my father abandoned me at 4 years old, or that I went to 6 different elementary schools. They poured into me. And our principal, God bless his heart, had a thing where if you made the honor roll, you would get into the parade. And because everybody wanted to get into that parade, everybody started working really hard in school. And I stand here today as a college graduate from Sac State in a degree in political science because of Vallejo Jr. Because they poured into us. So this is what I'm saying about the homeless people. We've got to pour into them with better housing, with better education, better training. And if we can get a collective part of people all over in the community with their ideas and their community beliefs and what needs to be done to end homeless, we will end homelessness in Vallejo. And I'm hoping that I get this forum open, and I'm hoping that everybody who's interested will come and be in this forum. Thank God.
Thank you very
and-
much. We do have to stop you. Your time is up, but we
Okay,
really
thank
appreciate
God,
you.
and let's end homelessness in Vallejo.
We really
Amen,
appreciate you. Thank you.
amen, amen.
And thank you for your patience during the recess. All right, let's call our next speaker.
Next up is Milani Boutain.
Milani, are you here with us still, or did we lose you? Well,
It's, we can call her back if she's stepped out for a second. Next would be Daniel Boone.
What's going on? What's going on with the internet? Nope.
We're online.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable council members. I sent you an email late last night, and our city clerk has distributed to each of you a packet which includes that email and the other information that I sent you. So you should have that. It says Mare Island, the new CFDs project at the top. And given the time, how it is tonight, I'm just going to hit a few key points. Picking up what I talked to you about at the last meeting, the city and the developer are in contract in the DDA for the North Mare Island. Sections 309 and 601 of that agreement provides for the formation of new CFDs. And that was signed in May 2022. So new CFDs have been at play, possible, since May of 2022. So I want to raise three key points to leave with you tonight. Formation of the new CFDs can begin right now, today. All it takes is will. And at the bottom of the handout, I had a headline in there that says mindset. In order to finish, you have to start. CFDs are complex. I don't disagree with that. But no city council before this city council has been willing to say, yes, this is something we can do. And you can do it because you don't have to do it. And I don't have to do it. Because in the DDA, contractually, the developer has said the developer will pay all costs, all of the city's staff costs, all of the outside consultant costs, any law firm that you hire to form the CFDs, which is exactly how we have the Mare Island CFDs now. The city didn't do all of that work. The city hired outside counsel. The city hired outside CFD consultants, and you can do exactly the same thing. My proposal to you on this sheet, if you have it in front of you or it's somewhere or in my email, is that the City Council formally establish a new Mare Island CFDs project. Name it. Make it concrete. The first steps of that would be to establish your internal accounting systems and methods so that city staff can start tracking all of their time and expenses to be reimbursed by the developer. Also, begin the process of hiring that outside legal counsel and an outside CFD consultant. Again, will be reimbursed by the developer. It doesn't cost you a penny. Start today. Thanks.
Checking if Milani had happened to step back in. Milani Boutain? If not, last speaker listed is David Belef.
Thank you, Mayor, staff, council. I'll try to make this real quick. I want to start with an apology to the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee for missing their last meeting where I wanted to speak to this. The MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, has a new grant program that requires community support of one form or another. It is my proposal that we look into amending the PB rule book so that we can go outside, not just only PB specific dollars that you as a council approve, but also any projects that we're trying to get grant funding for using the PB process and all the infrastructure, staff, volunteers, et cetera, to garner public support. So a small amendment to the rulebook change should allow for that. In the meantime, there are a couple PB projects on there that may qualify. I think Planning Department knows about this already. More information is available through the STA. But we have a unique opportunity to give ourselves a leg up above other communities by using a system we already have in place. Then I will spare you all the rest of my speech and just remind you all that we must not approve any plan, any project that does not include access through to Columbus Parkway, ADA access. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
And that is the last speaker, and then I think we have maxed out our 15-minute community forum.
We have anyone online wishing to speak in community forum. You'll have an opportunity at our second forum later on the agenda. I'm going to move us to our consent calendar and open up public comment on our consent calendar items this evening. Is there anyone already signed up for the consent calendar in person that we can call?
There is Marissa S.
All right, and Marissa, as you come up, if you could let us know which consent item you're speaking on. And you are welcome to lower the podium on your lower right. You can bring it down a little bit if you want.
I don't have the actual, it speaks, my speech already had spoke about it. I was going to talk in the community forum, but it's about the Center for Urban Excellence.
Is that on our consent calendar?
I just don't know the number.
8F.
Thank you very much. All right, go ahead.
So today, I want to start by taking a moment to speak directly to the family of Sean Monterosa. There are no perfect words for a loss like yours, no statement, no apology, no action that can ever bring Sean back. And I won't pretend otherwise. What was taken from you was something that a family should never have to endure. What I can say, what needs to be said is this. Your pain did not go unseen, your voices were not ignored, and your fight changed everything. In fact, in the face of imaginable grief, you chose courage. You chose to stand up, to speak out, and to demand accountability, not just for Sean, but for every family who has ever feared getting that call. Because of you, the city was forced to look in the mirror. Because of you, conversations that were once silenced are now impossible to ignore. And because of you, lives have been saved. That matters. Your advocacy didn't just echo through Vallejo, it reshaped it. It pushed systems, policies, and people to do better. It reminded us that behind every headline is a human being, a family, and a future that deserves to exist. I know that none of this replaces Sean, and I know that progress does not erase pain, but I hope you can see that even in the smallest way, the impact of what you have done. You didn't just fight for justice, you changed a city, you changed a community, and your sacrifice will never be forgotten. I want to end this by saying, because of that change, look what it looks like in real life. It was actually my oldest son getting shot that pushed me to start advocating and attending meetings, to speak out and to advocate for change. He's the reason I went before the Solano Board of Supervisors and asked for the sheriff to come in to help to help bring accountability to our community. I needed to know that he was going to be alive next week. I also want to share another personal thing, something that speaks to the community. My late grandma Carmen was on the Beautification Commission, and she believed that our city needed more friendship, and so she started the Daffodil Project. It reminded us that small acts of care can grow into something even bigger. Because of those doors were open, because of the pressure that was put on the city to invest in its people, organizations like the Center for Urban Excellence have been able to step in and do the work that truly saves lives. My son is living proof of it. My youngest son, Antonio, didn't just receive the program, he received guidance, structure, and people who truly see him. He was given a safe place to grow and to be supported and to believe that to believe in a future that didn't once feel guaranteed. And because of that support, Antonio will be attending Justin Siena High School next year in Napa, a school with a 98% attendance rate, a college attendance rate. That's what real change looks like, and that's what your fight made possible. So while nothing ever made this right, please know this: your seeds were planted, seeds of accountability, opportunity, and hope. And in the city, these seeds are growing into programs, into action, and into futures that are being protected and rebuilt.
Time.
Thank you very much. All right, do we have any other public commenters on consent? Anyone online?
We have a member of the public that had their hand up for a community forum, but let me just double check. Crystal Gallegos, did you want to speak on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you so much. And I just want to uplift the mother who just spoke and her son, Antonio. I think it's always critical to make sure we're centering the families in our city. And tonight, I just want to speak to a couple things that are separate but deeply connected. The $8.5 million payout in the Monterosa case, and then also the over $10 million in expenditures that we just certified for the month of January. So
And can
the
you,
Monterosa
Cristal,
payout.
can you specify which item on the consent calendar you want to be speaking to?
I had my hand lifted for the public forum when we were disconnected. So
Okay, yeah, unfortunately,
that's what I've been pending.
we just had to close that. So unless you have something on the consent calendar, we'll have to, the previous speaker spoke on the consent Center for Urban Excellence item for trauma-informed services. And we can give you an opportunity at the second community forum. We're going to be continuing a couple of our items this evening, so we shouldn't be too long. Oh,
No,
do you
I
want to
think
speak
I'll
on payment of
reserve
claim?
my comments then for item
Do you
B
want-
and D in action.
Which ones were there any consent items you wanted to speak on?
No, this was for public forum and then later items. So yes.
Okay,
I
we'll
will.
make sure you get back in. Thanks so much. All right, anyone else online? All right, with that, I will close public comment, and we're going to have a modification to the agenda. And unless I see any of my colleagues wishing to remove any items from the consent calendar, I'll look for, I see Councilmember Matias, go ahead. And Vice.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to pull D and E.
All right, so we'll pull E and D and make it 8.1 and E and make it 8.2. And seeing none other, I'll ask the Vice Mayor to make a motion, and we're going to make a suggestion for the agenda, given the delay we just experienced, that we will hear action items A and C this evening. These are the ones that were publicly noticed and or very time sensitive to this week, and we will continue B and D until next Tuesday's meeting, just again in the interest of time and the time we lost this evening. So that's the proposal on the table.
Thank you, Mayor. And I actually had a clarification to the consent calendar. On item H, wanted to make sure that everyone was understood that this was to for a motion to accept the Lake Curry landslide emergency repair project as complete and direct the city clerk to record a notice of completion with Solano County the Solano County Records Office. That would be the complete motion for item 8H for the consent calendar. So with that being said, I move that we approve the consent calendar with removing item 8D and making that 8.1, and removing item 8E and making that 8.2. And on the agenda, on the action agenda is moving forward with agenda or action item 9A and 9C, and tabling items 9B and 9D for a future meeting.
All right, we have a motion. Councilmember Matias, clarifying question.
I do. To the city manager, is there any sort of time-sensitive direction that you're waiting on the council on as it relates to item D? Because we've already pushed that. This is the second time we will be pushing that item. And I just want to make sure there isn't anything on there that you may be waiting outside of the stipends or in addition to the stipend program, that there isn't anything internally that you're waiting direction on.
For 9D, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. So that will be, it will come back at the special council meeting that we've got scheduled for next Tuesday. So I don't think that's
There's no
that's an
time
acceptable,
sensitive. Okay.
yeah, delay, I think.
Right, thanks.
All right, so we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote.
And to the city attorney, do I need to restate item 8H with that clarification?
So that was actually what I was going to raise. Are you continuing what was D and E and is now 8.1 and 8.2 to the future meeting as well?
No, I believe the plan would be to hear those tonight.
Yeah, I believe he was going to speak to, we were going to address those as action items for tonight.
I think with what Councilmember Matias just said as to asking whether or not D or E were time sensitive, that they could be continued.
No,
you weren't
he was
asking
speaking about the action calendar.
My
Yeah,
apologies.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
continue with consent as planned. With that, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Bergenzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Aye.
Lettigiou. Matias.
Yes.
And Councilmember Palmares.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. We have 2 pulled consent items. I am going to look to my colleagues, given the amount of time we've kept our audience waiting. We have many people here for action item 9A, Vista Cove. If we think those pulled consent items are going to take very long, I think we should probably go ahead and go out of order and take Vista Cove first. Do you anticipate them going long at all? Okay. We'll go in order then. All right, so we'll go ahead and call item 8.1, resolution establishing the list of improvement projects to be submitted for Senate Bill 1, road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding for this fiscal year, and finding it exempt from CEQA. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I promise you this is not intentional. Just like to talk every Tuesday about public works. So in the staff report, there was a set aside for $300,000 for staff time that would be devoted to helping with road rehabilitation and repavement. So what I want to know as a board member, especially considering all the conversations we're having, around the budget, is where would I be able to find that when it comes to the budget? Because you guys are saying that that money is going to be set aside for staff, but as we're having this bigger conversation around the budget, like where would I see that $300,000, and then there was another set aside for staff time that would be paid for by a grant? So where would those things be reflected, City Manager Murray, in the budget?
Yeah, I'll defer to Public Works Director Alcantar to talk about whether those will be established in a project fund or some other line item.
So that's going to be strictly for pothole repairs, striping, and crack sealing. And that's part of the RMRA and SB1 funding.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, is this an offset to perhaps general fund expenditures? And if so, where would I see that? Or where would the public see that? Hi.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for your question. So the road projects are actually funded under our capital improvement program. So the offsets would go there, not general fund.
Okay.
But I think the question is whether this is going to be potentially supplanting what would otherwise be a general fund expense. And I don't know that otherwise, is a question for you, Director Alcantar. I don't know if otherwise we have a general fund allocation for that specific activity. So by using a portion of the SB1 funds for that purpose, we're not saving general fund resources, I don't believe. But can you confirm?
I'm not certain of that.
Okay, so just something for you guys to look into, because we're in penny pinching mode right now, and I want to figure out, for all these grants that we're applying for, and we're saying, yeah, this amount of money is going to go into staff time, where would I and the public be able to see that, and what does that do to our overall budget picture?
So a lot of the staff in Public Works that work on capital projects are funded through the CIP budget. So it doesn't impact general funds. So those funds would supplant potentially the costs that hit the CIP budget, not general fund. But we do plan on looking at all our grants to make sure that we can take a 15% administrative draw, which is sort of like a standard amount, to ensure that we're actually doing that to help the pressures on the general fund.
It'd just be helpful to just see that
Yes.
in a document. in the
We can
next couple
provide
months.
that.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, and excuse me, and a procedural question to that, the fact that we've already approved the capital improvement projects plans that came in front of us, how does this, is this an amendment to that, or how does this impact that of what we've already approved?
This is in addition to that.
And so that's allowable under our charter to do this here on a consent calendar, as opposed to having going in front of the planning commission for their approval and then coming back in front of us again, or just asking the procedural question.
So the item, if I may, the item that is before you this evening as part of this consent calendar item is approving the list of projects, not approving the budgetary item. Right.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Letashew.
So just to the bigger question, and it's not to you, Director, and it would be to the city manager. And there's been a request, and maybe I do believe there was a motion. I'll make another motion to the very point of grant dollars and really looking at what grants we have, contracts, administrative potential cost, and all the things that go with a grant, and even our match to those grants. There was a commitment to bring that information back. So I don't know where that request is and when it's going to hit the agenda.
I don't know off the top of my head, but we're happy to provide that information to the council. And it is, the staff has been looking at our grant funding as part of our budget development process to identify whether any grant funding, to Councilmember Matias's point, can be used to offset what would otherwise be general fund expenses. But I'm happy to look at that referral and let you all know what the timing is for the return of that.
Sure, and it's not just also how potential grants can offset general fund. There's another component to that, and that is what our match is to those grants. For example, the fire grant that we had approved, significantly in the third year, there's a huge dollar match to that. Not only that, when we have grants, we have to think about what is it supplanting as it relates to staffing and the ongoing cost of those staff. And so this is really important from a budget perspective as well. So there's another part of that puzzle that we have to also consider when we're accepting grants, we're talking about grants, and what that looks like in our budget and the ongoing cost of those grants when we hire staff or whatever the case may be. So again, it would be nice to know when will that full complement of work come back so that we can look at our budget holistically when we're talking about what we're going to do in the next coming year around closing this gap.
All right, not seeing any more comments. Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, and just as a clarifying point, the fact that the grant information to council was requested here, is that a friendly amendment to, and this is to the city attorney, do I need to state that, or is that built into the rehabilitation account funding statement here in the motion, in the agenda item?
Not sure I understand the question. Try me one more time.
So there was the question of I guess, Director Alcantar coming to us, or in general, of grant funding information that was requested to have that come in front of the council again. Does that need to be specified separate as an amendment to this, or is that built into what the current motion is?
I think they're kind of they're a little bit two different things, I think. So the resolution that you have in front of you this evening, it basically says, we have these projects that are coming forward and we want to submit those as SB1 projects for SB1 funding. And it sets the amount of the funding for each of those projects. If you look on page 92 of your packet, or page 2 of the resolution if you want, it starts out by identifying each of those projects that are intended to be funded in whole or in part with SB1 dollars. So it's not the question that Councilmember Matias asked, which is what are the offsets for internal costs, and what are we offsetting? Are we offsetting CIP monies, or are we offsetting general fund monies? That's a separate question from what project they actually go to. So I think you can pass the resolution, but the information that Ms. Connolly identified that she could bring forward can come back to the council at a separate date.
Okay, and is that your understanding, Councilmember Lejeune, with your request of the grant information?
I understood her to be asking, what would it cost us to accept this money, which is a little bit different.
Well, it's the bigger question where, again, it falls into grants. And I believe there was a motion a couple weeks ago, maybe or so, asking for a complement of the grant work coming back so we can look at it holistically. If I need to remake that motion that will press getting the information to us, I can do that.
Understood.
So I don't know where it is, because we're still waiting.
So with that understanding, I'll just go ahead and read the motion as it is stated in the agenda. So I move that we adopt a resolution establishing the list of improvement projects to be submitted for the Senate Bill 1, SB1, road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding for fiscal year 2026 to 2027, and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to Section 15301C of the CEQA guidelines, existing facilities.
All right, and we're going to do a roll call vote on this one.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Beginzer.
Aye.
Gordon.
Aye.
Ledeju. Matias.
Yes.
Palmeris.
Aye.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that's going to bring us to formerly item 8E, now 8.2, resolution approving the Vallejo Downtown Waterfront Parking Management Program Evaluation and Action Plan required to maintain eligibility for Metropolitan Transportation Commission regional funding and to support city's designation as a transit-oriented community. And I'll turn this one also over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled the item.
We are almost done, folks. Almost done. So just want to thank you guys for restarting our 2025 repavement project. And I'm sure there will be information going out to the community soon around that work over the next couple months. As it relates to this item in particular, I was just flipping through the plan and some stuff in there. I was just like, yeah, we tried that, didn't work. So I guess my general question to you is there funding that we're getting from this agency, and this is a very basic question, is there, through this grant, which we have to submit this report to MTC to be in compliance, is there funding going to repave our parking lots around the downtown area? And if the answer is no, has there been a referral to Measure P?
The answer is no. Through the chair, the answer is no. And this has already been paid through MTC, this whole report. And this is just recommendations for our future action. And it's already been approved by the Planning Commission for approval by City Council here last week.
So thank you for that. And then City Attorney Neb, can I include a referral that Measure P look into and work with Public Works to assess what the cost would be to repave our parking lots around the downtown area? Because they look atrocious and they need to be repaved immediately. And I've been bringing that up, for well over a year now. So I looked at this and I was just like, this plan is cute, but we need to address that right now with visitors coming in. And so, this is a way to support our businesses. Mm-hmm. So can I add a referral to this action, given that it's around parking management in the downtown area?
The item that is set forward here, I hate to say it, is related just to the parking management program and evaluation of the action plan. If what you're essentially saying is you want the parking management program to include a clause dealing with repaving of parking lots in and around the downtown area, I don't know, Mr. Chu, if you can. You could amend the plan, I suppose, but I don't know if that requires referral back. So I need to ask the expert whether it does require referral back or not.
Right, this will entail, this is not part of the, it's more the management of how the parking is going to be included, so, of course.
It's okay.
So the parking and everything, but it's separate. It's separate, and it's for the management of, to receive a future MTC funding for these different types of improvements for the parking management plan, not for actually pavement of the parking lots.
So I think you could take that item up under item 14 on the agenda
Yes.
for request for action.
I know my colleagues will love me for that, but yeah, that's where I will
Okay, thank you.
take care of it. Thank you both.
All right, with that said, do we have a motion for the item?
Yes, Mayor. I move that we adopt a resolution approving the Vallejo Downtown Waterfront Parking Management Program evaluation and action plan required to maintain eligibility for Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, regional funding, and to support the city's designation as a transit-oriented community, TOC.
All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Regenzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Letty Chu. Matias.
Yes.
Palmaris.
Aye.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. That's going to move us on to our action calendar, and I'll ask our city clerk to please announce item 9A.
Hold a public hearing to consider and one, adopt a resolution approving a subsequent mitigated negative declaration to the previously certified General Plan 2040 Environmental Impact Report and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. 2, introduce an ordinance amending the zoning map to change the zoning district for the property located at the northeast corner of Shady Lane and Wildflower Avenue from residential low density and residential medium density to planned development. And 3, adopt a resolution approving a tentative subdivision map, development review, design review, and landscape review for the development of a 51 single-family residences known as the Vista Cove subdivision.
All right, thank you very much. So in this item, we're going to be holding a public hearing. We're going to go ahead and start the public comment clock. For anyone wishing to sign up in person, you can do so at the kiosk in the back, and online you can raise your hand. The way the public hearings work is I will go ahead and open it. We'll have the applicant give a presentation, and then we'll give council members a chance to ask any clarifying questions, and then we'll open it up for public comment, after which we'll close the public hearing, discuss amongst council, and take a vote. So with that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing, and I will turn it over to our applicant for presentation. Or is the presentation coming from the planning department? All right, we'll start with planning staff.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I am Cesar Orozco, planning manager for current development, and tonight we bring before you the Vista Cove subdivision. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to hold a public hearing, review the project, including public testimony, and act on an environmental review, the overall development of the Vista Cove subdivision, and introduce an ordinance. So the project site is located at the northeast intersection of Shady Lane and Wildflower Avenue, and is surrounded by existing residential roadways and open space. The subject site is bounded to the north by Interstate 780, across from which are the California Highway Patrol Office, Benicia Road, and the St. Vincent's High School. Immediately east and south of the site is a large area of a city-owned open space parcel. Beyond to the east is the existing city limit line, as well as the Benicia State Park, which extends down to the Carquinez Strait. To the west and southwest, beyond the open space areas, are existing single-family residences. Interstate 780 is approximately 0.1 miles to the north, and Interstate 80 is approximately 1.7 miles to the west. Each provide regional access, while Wildflower and Shady Lane provide direct access to the project site. The immediate vicinity of the project site is characterized by existing single-family residential uses and open space. The site's general plan 2040 land use designation is primarily single-family, which allows a maximum of 9 dwelling units an acre, and mix of housing types, which allows up to 25 units an acre. And it's implemented by the residential low density zoning district, as well as the residential medium zoning district. Additionally, the subject site has been identified as a sites inventory site number 85 of the City of Vallejo's housing element. And the housing element anticipates the site to have 51 above moderate residential units. So the project site is currently vacant, about approximately 20.13 acres. The project site is made up of updolling hills and flat areas with elevations ranging from approximately 7 feet above the mean sea level in low-lying areas along the eastern portion of the project site to approximately 290 feet above the mean sea level. The southern portion of the site is generally lower in elevation and increases in elevation towards the west. Once again, the existing access to the project site is at the northeast corner of Shady Lane and Wildflower Avenue. So the proposed project before the council this evening consists of a tentative map, a plan development, development review, design review, and landscape review for the Vista Cove subdivision. The project includes a tentative map to subdivide the 20.13 acre parcel into a total of 57 new parcels, which include 4 would be dedicated to open space and bioretention swales. 1 would be for the new privately owned and maintained public roadways and alleyways. Another would be for the relocation of the existing sewer lift station. And the remaining 51 would be for the detached single-family residences. The project is proposing a density of 2.5 dwelling units an acre, or 4.9 units an acre if we're calculating the 10.39 acres which the development is being proposed. To facilitate the development, the proposal includes a plan development which will allow special development standards crafted for its unique site conditions. The plan development allows for 1 or more properties to be developed under a plan that will provide better opportunities for coordinated development while still ensuring substantial compliance with the implementation of the applicable land use and density policies of the general plan. The development of the 51 single-family residences and associated infrastructure, such as the privately owned and maintained roadway networks, would be concentrated on the northern 10.39 acres of the total 20.13 acre site, while the southern half will remain as undeveloped open space and will have recommended as a deed restriction to prevent any future development, and the plan development document also prohibits any future development in that portion of the site. The 51 single-family lots are proposed to be developed with 4 different floor plans, each offering a modern farmhouse architectural variation. The 4 different floor plans range from 2,050 square feet to 2,674 square feet with an overall building height of 30 feet and 4 inches. The base model floor plan has a total of 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. And the second model has an additional bedroom and bathroom. At the third and fourth models have additional bedrooms and bathroom plus a loft. Each home will have an attached 2-car garage with approximately 444 square feet, and there would also be 2 uncovered parking spaces within the driveway of each lot. In addition to the residential units, the proposed subdivision would include development of, once again, new private streets, sidewalks, curbs and gutters, new lighting, various bioretention basins, and open space area. New landscaping includes street trees, shrubs, ground cover. It's also proposed for the installation within the new residence front yards. So the requested entitlements for the project are a CEQA determination, which staff is asking the City Council to adopt the resolution for an initial study / subsequent mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the CEQA guidelines section 15162 and Public Resource Code 21166, and A plan development to amend the zoning map to change the zoning for the project sites from residential low density and residential medium density to plan development district, and a tentative map to subdivide the 2 vacant parcels totaling 20.13 acres into a total of 57 new parcels. Once again, of those 57 parcels, 4 would be dedicated to open space, 1 is proposed for a new private roadway network, 1 is proposed for the sewer sanitary pump station, and the remaining 51 would be for the detached single-family residences. In addition to those entitlements, a development review is required for site review of the development proposal for the 51 detached single-family residences and associated infrastructure. Design review, which is approval for the project site design aspects, including site design, building architecture, and finally a landscape review for the approval of the associated landscaping in front of the single-family residences and as well as throughout the subdivision. The project and its associated entitlements were reviewed against applicable policies and actions of the City of Vallejo General Plan 2040, applicable submittal requirements for tentative map, plan development, development review, design review, and landscape review, and the required findings approval sections in Title 16 zoning of the Vallejo Municipal Code. So the city retained LSA to prepare a subsequent mitigated negative declaration to the existing Vallejo General Plan 2040 Environmental Impact Report, which was certified by the City of Vallejo City Council on August 29th, 2017, to evaluate whether the proposed project would result in any new or substantially more adverse significant effects or require any new mitigation measures not identified in the General Plan 2040 Environmental Impact Report. The subsequent mitigated negative declaration identified potential significant impacts to the environment, including specific impacts to air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, and tribal cultural resources, which would be avoided or mitigated to less than significant levels through the implementation of the proposed recommended mitigation measures included in the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. During the public review period, staff did receive multiple comments on the environmental document, and responses were provided to each of those comments from local community members as well as outside agencies, and was provided on the city's website as well as distributed to the members that provided those comments to the city. Each of the requested entitlement approvals have their own unique set of findings that require staff must be able to make for each one. In this project, staff believes that the project meets all required findings to support the proposed project. Once again, the project must meet or be consistent with the required findings for tentative map findings, plan development findings, as well as a design review and development review findings. The project meets the required findings by forwarding the goals and policies of the general plan. It's consistent with Title 15, the subdivisions, and Title 16, the zoning of the Vallejo Municipal Code. It's consistent with the Subdivision Map Act, and it's a development of a high-quality design consistent with surrounding neighborhoods, as well as complies with the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. So on March 2nd, 2026, pursuant to the Vallejo Municipal Code, a notice of this public hearing was published in the Times-Herald, mailed to all active okay. So on March 2nd, 2026, pursuant to the Vallejo Municipal Code, Section 16.602.08, a notice of this hearing was published in the Times-Herald, mailed to all active neighborhood groups, all property owners within 1,500 feet of the subject property, the Vallejo Unified School District, local agencies expected to provide water, wastewater treatment, and other essential facilities or services to the project, the property owners, the applicant, and electronically sent to the members of the City Council, Planning Commission, Design Review Board, and other interested parties. Additionally, during the review process, as required by Assembly Bill 52, notifications and requests for consultations was sent to the local native tribes that have interest in the City of Vallejo. Out of the 8 tribes that were notified, the Yochi Dihi Winton Nation was the only tribe that formally requested a consultation. the City of Vallejo had that consultation with the tribe, as well as during the notification period of the public review of the initial study, subsequent mitigated negative declaration. We once again notified all different Native tribes that have interest in the City of Vallejo. Out of those 8, 2 did provide comments, and staff did respond to those comments, as well was provided in that response to all the comments we received from the public. Previous actions. So on July 10th, 2025, the Design Review Board conducted a duly noticed public hearing and reviewed the project and voted with a 3-0 with 1 absence, recommending that the Planning Commission approve the design aspects, including the building architecture and landscaping of the project. Then on July 21st, 2026, the Planning Commission conducted a duly noticed public hearing and reviewed the project environmental review and voted with a 4-2 with 1 absence, recommending to the City Council to 1, adopt the initial study subsequent mitigated negative declaration, to the certified environmental impact report and the mitigation monitoring reporting program, and 2, approve a tentative map plan development review, design review, landscape review for the development of the 51 single-family residence Vista Cove subdivision.
Good evening. Kristen Pollitt, the Planning and Development Services Director. I just wanted to jump in with a little bit of additional information related to the background on this project. We were unable to get it into the slide deck before the meeting tonight, but I wanted to share that as staff was doing some preparation for the meeting, we did a little bit of additional research, and we felt it was relevant to share that we found the project site actually has been zoned since at least 1970 as residential. So we thought this was relevant information because it's basically been zoned as residential since the site was first annexed into the city. It was low density at that time. In 1992, the site was upzoned to a medium density residential. And currently, this is actually the 3rd project that has been proposed for development at this site. However, this one is the least dense of the 3 that we've seen. I just wanted to also share that the current general plan designation does allow for a maximum of 25 dwelling units per acre. This proposal is probably closer to 5 dwelling units per acre, so it's significantly lower than the current general plan. Anyways, I will turn it back over to Cesar to conclude, but I just wanted to make sure we had that additional background shared.
Thank you, Kristen. And tonight we are asking City Council to, 1, adopt the resolution adopting the initial study, subsequent mitigated negative declaration to the certified environmental impact report of the General Plan 2040 and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program after making the required findings pursuant to CEQA guideline section 15162. And 2, adopt the resolution approving a tentative map, development review, design review, and landscape review, subject to the applicable conditions of approval for the Vista Cove subdivision. And 3, introduce an ordinance approving an amendment to the zoning map to change zoning district of assessors parcel numbers APNs 0079-171-170 and 0079-120-100 from residential low density and residential medium density to plan development for the development of the 51 single-family residences known as Vista Cove on the 20.13 acre site at the northeast corner of Shady Lane and Wildflower Avenue. And that concludes my presentation for tonight, and I'm available to answer any questions the council may have.
All right, thank you both very much. And typically what we do is have council members ask any quick clarifying questions to staff, and then we open it up to the public. I will mention to my colleagues we have many members of the public who've been waiting a while, so if you have a very quick question right now, you're more than welcome to ask it, or we can go ahead to the public comment portion and let our residents go ahead and speak. Oh, no, the applicant's going to come up and give a presentation. So did I just mix that up earlier? I apologize. Okay, so prior to the public coming up, we're going to invite the applicant up for, I believe, a 10 to 15 minute presentation. Come on up.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Adam Smith. I'm with Santerra Management, and we are the applicant on this project. I'll try to go through this as quickly as possible in the interest of time. If we could go to the next slide, please. Cesar has already gone through a number of these items, the site being 20.13 acres. It is for a mix of housing types under the general plan, up to 25 units to the acre. So this site, in theory, could support upwards of maybe even 500 units or more with density bonus. The zoning is consistent with that use as well. We are proposing a planned unit development here for only 51 units. We have our philosophy here with this project has been to try to basically do a continuation of the existing Vista Cove development. We very much wanted to keep this project in line with the character and the existing neighborhood, and we wanted it to be as consistent as possible, that whatever we could do within the 51 units that the housing element requires. So a planned unit development allows us some of the flexibility with the lot sizes and setbacks and other requirements that allow us to make that happen. The site is in the housing element for 51 units. That is the least number of units we could do here, and so that is what we've elected to do, which I think is going to turn out to be the best project, and it's also going to be the least impactful. I'd like to point out the site is undeveloped residential land. As they've mentioned, it's been residential land for a long time. It is not open space. I know we've spoken with neighbors, and they like to characterize it as open space. It is undeveloped residential land. Next slide, please. Cesar has already gone through this. Let's skip to the next slide, please. The site plan takes access off of Shady Lane and Wildflower at the corner here, and you see on the top of the site. As you drive down the site, you descend down in elevation to where the bulk of the development is. You get down to the bottom of the hill, and you can go left or right. At that corner is where we have designed an open space feature. It's an area where we expect that the neighborhood would gather, walk your dog to. There's bench seating there. You will have views across the water quality basins. It'll be a nice place for the neighborhood to connect and for neighbors to get to know each other. I have a dog, and people who have dogs are constantly bumping into each other out there with that kind of stuff. Cesar mentioned there is a lift station at the terminus of the road on the far south. That is a replacement lift station to the existing one that is over 60 years old. The streets here are private, but they are not gated. So there is still pedestrian access for the remainder of the Vista Cove development to come in. But I think that also helps with the fact that our homeowners will maintain that. I know there's been some concerns over maintenance of the roads in the area. Our homeowners will pay their sales taxes and their stepped-up basis property taxes, but there will not be a burden on the city to maintain these roads for them. Next slide, please. Just to quickly go through a couple of viewpoints. As you come down the road, this is a view taken from parcel B, which is kind of a central riparian section of the site that is being set aside and untouched. Looking down the hill. Next slide. This is a viewpoint of the project from kind of the vantage point of the highway, set above and elevated above the highway, but from that vantage point. Next slide. This is another viewpoint from there, step back a little bit from the highway direction. I want to point out in here that the slopes that surround the project are manufactured slopes. They are planted and maintained by the HOA. We are largely doing a more native landscaping there to kind of blend it in with the community and the hills around. If you can see, there's one little house up on the very top center. That would be a house up on Wildflower Lane. You can see that we're set well below that street elevation-wise. Those homes look over this development and down upon it. Next slide, please. We are proposing a modern farmhouse architecture, which, as you can see, is characterized with a lot of kind of crisp colors, which blends in well with the green landscaping that's going to be in this area. It blends in well with the trees, and it also creates a really crisp, fresh look, and I think it is going to be highly desirable in this neighborhood. Next slide. And then this is stepped back kind of from the vantage point of Benicia State Park, from that direction at least. Again, you can see homes kind of a little bit hidden behind the trees up on the very top. That would be Wildflower Lane set up above. Next slide. One of the things we wanted to be very careful of when we embarked on this design was that we wanted to be very mindful of our neighbors. We wanted to be mindful of their views and wanted to make sure that we were not impacting those. This slide illustrates a section there on the left exhibit on the plan. If you look at that red line and slice the project through that way and looking up, you get that section on the top. You will note that the nearest home is about 200 feet away from the backyard of Wildflower. You will also note that when standing in the backyard of Lot 20, it's just where we happen to draw the section. If you're standing in at 5 feet eye level, you're set 35 feet above the line of sight. 38 feet above the line of sight. So views are protected, and I know if I was a neighbor, that would be a big concern of mine. Next slide. Cesar went through the floor plans. These are 3- and 4-bedroom units. We envision this project being for folks who probably already live in town and are doing well. They have growing families. They have more kids. I have experienced this in my life. I've got 3 kids, and every time I owned or rented a house, I found that it got really small really fast, and there's a need to move up. But we wanted to stay within the community where we lived. So for families who live in Vallejo and have the ability to move up and buy a new home, this provides that opportunity where they can stay in town, their kids can stay in the schools, and they can stay in their community. I think there is a place for that here in the city of Vallejo. There's a place for all types of housing. And when people move from within the city up to maybe a larger house, that frees up housing stock that they move from. So if they live in town and they're moving, then that frees up a house that might be more affordable for the next young family. So I think that there's a cycle that goes through that where providing new housing stock of any kind does open up housing stock of all kinds. So wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. So there's a number of public benefits here. I mentioned one, having private streets is a benefit, I believe. It's a net positive for the city. The impact on the general fund is reduced by us maintaining our own streets, neighborhoods, and landscaping. The city will not be maintaining the landscaping here, nor the water quality basins. There is a preservation of open space. That's another benefit that we have with doing the planned unit development, is that we can set aside those things and they become incorporated into the zoning as open space. So we are setting aside about half the site as open space. And part of that is what we heard in our community engagement is some protections that we wanted for that. It's a community gathering place. At least we've created that for the neighborhood. We believe they can walk down and enjoy the views down there. Let's see. The site will be replacing an aged lift station. There is an existing lift station in Glen Cove, which is reaching the end of its usable life. It's about 60 years old. We are providing a new one with this project so that the wastewater district ratepayers will not need to cover that cost. That could be about $1 million. It's a big expense. So that is a big benefit for the Glen Cove community. They'll get a brand new, lift station that'll be ensure functionality, modern lift station functionality for a long time to come. Next slide. One of the things that was very important was our community engagement. We took that very seriously. We did hold a community open house January 29th and 30th of 2025. We had a lot of attendees. We had 40, we did it over 2 days so that everybody would have a chance to attend if they had a sports event or something, a family event that night. We had 41 on the first day, 31 on the second day, and that does not account for people who showed up more than one day. We did have several people that did that. At that point, at that meeting, we did listen to people, and some of the things that we heard, that were concerns, we did study in the CEQA document. We did take into account, we heard some people concerned that there would be an additional phase on that open space Lot A. And so in addition to it being set aside in the plan development, there's a condition to put a deed restriction on that parcel. So that gives extra assurance that that site will not be developed in the future. At one point, there was some consideration about maybe doing a little bit of a walking trail through that area. We heard from the public that, that was, especially the people that lived at the top of that hill, that was a concern. They did not want people behind their homes. So we heard that. We heard about traffic and some other things, and those things were studied in the CEQA document. We presented to the Glen Cove Community Association Board on April of 2025. We've engaged with some of the neighbors. We met with Allison Egan and Nancy Cross, who live right at the corner at the entrance. We were able to address some concerns that they had with what types of trees we were placing there. We met with them. I went to their home, super nice, beautiful people. We talked about the trees that we were proposing. We talked about alternatives. We talked to our landscape architect and talked about canopy sizes and stuff. And we resolved that what we had originally proposed was probably the best solution. We were also able to hear concerns about a secondary driveway that they have. We relocated a driveway ramp, or a handicap ramp, and we were going to put in some rolled curb and some stuff to help facilitate that. So we're trying to take good care of our neighbors there. We have spoken to other neighbors. Christine Gibson has been very cordial to work with, and I've talked to her and had email correspondence with her. Next slide, please. As far as environmental considerations are concerned, the CEQA document has been very thorough. It's been above and beyond what is actually required. With the implementation of the mitigation measures in that, there are no significant impacts. Biology has been studied thoroughly with consideration of everybody who's next door, Benicia State Park, and all of the surrounding open spaces. We did study traffic. Traffic did not necessarily need to be studied here, but we heard that it was a concern. The threshold of significance the threshold for even having to do a traffic study, usually you screen out if you are less than 100 trips at peak hour, and we are well below that. Our morning peak hours trips are 35 trips, so that is about 2 minutes, a car every 2 minutes. Evening peak hours, 48. So we fall well below that screening threshold of even having to do a traffic study, but it's been studied here, and I want to assure you that there are no significant impacts as studied in the traffic report, and the CEQA consultant and the staff can weigh in more on that if you have any questions. We also heard from folks that they were concerned about emergency egress, so we wanted to make sure that it was okay, not just for them, but also for our project as well. So we hired CAS Safety, who's an expert in this field, and they studied what it would be, the cumulative, our project and the existing, and what it would mean for emergency egress. They've studied the exit routes, and everything is safe. And so we just wanted to make sure everything is safe, because safety is a big concern. Next slide. That says thank you. I've got one more. I'm still thankful. Can we go to the next slide? Sorry, there's two more on the back of this. I'll be quick. This is the exhibit that shows the evacuation study, shows the 2 points of access. I've heard the public speak before saying there's 1 point of access. There are 2 ways in and out of here to Glen Cove Road. Glen Cove Road is 2 lanes in either direction. So there is emergency egress that is deemed safe by our experts. Next slide, real quick. I wanted to address really quickly drainage, because this did come up at the Planning Commission meeting. I wanted to make sure that we're clear. There's 2 different things that are happening here. There is that blue line is drainage that comes off the existing Glen Cove project. That is at Wildflower. There is a basin there. I don't know the exact function of that basin. I don't believe it serves a water quality function. I believe it's just a detention function. But that water continues to pass through our project. We don't treat it. It's at the Glen Cove to treat their own water. That's not an impact of our project. So that water continues through uninterrupted. Any rainfall that happens upon our site gets collected into that green system and gets conveyed into the water quality basin. There's actually two of them. There's one on the north side of that green line as well. So the water from rainfall is collected, it is treated, and then it is released at a reduced rate. So in large rainfall events, it is detained within that basin, kind of like in a big bathtub. If the water comes out of the spigot faster than it can go out through the drain, that kind of thing. So it's metered out. Thank you. So that concludes my presentation. Just a couple of final points from the slides. I do want to say that we are implementing the housing element. We cannot do less units here. This is the minimum we can do. We've done everything that we can to make this project the best project that it can be and the least impactful project that it can be. We've gone above and beyond with the neighbors and community outreach. We've gone above and beyond with design. We've gone above and beyond with the environmental review, done studies that we did not necessarily need to have. And then I think I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you. If you have any questions, I am here.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, we have already opened the public hearing. We've heard from the applicant. Now we will hear from members of the community. We'll go ahead and call our in-person speakers.
Yes, we currently have 8 individuals signed up. The first 3 speakers are Christine G., Linda Zupan McKenna, and Rosanna Souza.
Hi, I'm Christine Gibson, and I live on Wildflower Avenue. So I have been in touch with Mr. Smith from Sensera, and he's been great to work with. I'm not going to revisit the serious traffic issues that we have in the neighborhood, the deficient road conditions that we have in the neighborhood, the potholes, the alligator ring, and the impact of the traffic that would be increased in the neighborhood. We've spoken about emergency risk and access risks. Yes, there are 2 roads in and out. The roads, if there's 2 cars on them, there's a problem getting by each other. There's lots of documentation that's been provided to you and other members of the phases of the project. I'm here tonight because I object to any housing on this land which is in direct contact with the resource conservation land of the surrounding Glen Cove hillsides, the Benicia State Recreation Area, and the endangered saltwater marsh of Southampton Bay. Development should not be placed in this ecological buffer zone because once it's gone, it cannot be restored. As the city planning office pointed out, this land has been zoned for housing since the 70s. I talk about it as Glen Cove in the gleam of the city's eye, because Glen Cove didn't exist back then. And there were a number of reasons that in the intervening 50-plus years that the land has not been developed. If the ecological concerns and the community resistance was strong then, it's as strong now. The cost was high then, and the cost to the environment is high now. The community concerns remain across several of the neighborhoods' efforts. We've obtained hundreds of signatures opposed to the project, including 54 of the 72 attendees from the January 2024 meeting. What happens every time a development is pushed into the edges of conservation land is that human activity, pets, lighting, noise, grading, and stormwater runoff irreversibly alter the sensitive ecosystem. I support housing. I support housing where transit, access, adequate roads, and infrastructure exists. Building on one of the last remaining natural buffers right next to a state recreation area is not responsible planning. I want to recognize Sensera's efforts for scaling this project to the 51 units that they have in this area where the city would have allowed hundreds of homes to be built. The proposal of the preservation of 10 acres is also appreciated. You'll hear from real estate agents tonight who speak to you about how desirable Glen Cove is, but we're desirable because of our proximity to open space. Yes, this land is zoned for housing, but it's been open space for more than half a century, and probably before that several centuries. So I appreciate the thoughts tonight, I appreciate being heard, and I hope that the City Council and the city in general makes healthy decisions about the future of this space.
Time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Zupan McKenna.
Good evening. My name is Linda Zupan McKenna. I am a homeowner on Robles Way in Glen Cove, and I've lived here for more than 30 years. I'm against the Vista Cove development in Glen Cove, and I ask you not to approve it. This is the third time the community of Glen Cove is addressing building in these parcels. The 2 previous times failed because of environmental and traffic issues. If anything, traffic issues are worse now because of the recent addition of the Columbus Parkway housing development. And environmental issues haven't changed. Over 30 years, this land has remained open, undeveloped. There are no signs posted saying keep out, nothing saying private property. Its close proximity to Benicia State Park has encouraged wildlife to claim this property as their habitat. They've flourished and they've established their domain. Vista Cove is a green zone right now. It's in a natural state just like its next door neighbor, Benicia State Park. Global warming is real. Open land reduction is the 3rd highest contributor to global warming. Replacing open lands with housing and streets reflects the sun's damaging rays back into the atmosphere and generates heat. It is worsening. And without more conscious effort, our planet will become unlivable. That's real. Maybe not in our lifetime, but sooner than we think. Every step that we can take now to stop the loss of open space is worth it. If Vista Cove housing development is approved, what benefit to Glen Cove community will it provide? None. Vista Cove will have an invasive impact on the local wildlife habitat. It will also put an additional strain on a steep residential street, as well as adding additional pollution, congestion, noise, cars, pets, air conditioning, all kinds of things that are going to ruin our quality of life in Glen Cove as we see it today. This is what is advancing global warming. That's why I'm here today asking you to save this land as open space, rezone these parcels as needed, update the general plan, and include this as community parks, rec, and open space. Keep Vista Cove a green zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Rosanna Souza. After Ms. Souza, the next 3 speakers are David Tipp, Deborah Souza, and Carol McKenzie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for your time and attention. Once upon a time, I dreamed of living in Glen Cove, and since 1999, that dream has been my reality. I'm proud to call Vallejo home since 1989, and I've worked as a local realtor since 2005. My roots are deeply established here, and respectfully ask that you consider my perspective on this development. Excuse me. I recently received preliminary information regarding the proposed 51-unit Vista Cove development and would like to express my support for this project, both as a resident and local business professional. At present, housing inventory in Glen Cove is extremely limited, with a handful of properties available. This development would help address that shortage while contributing to the local economy. It has potential to generate revenue for city services, increase school enrollment, and support nearby businesses, as well as provide transfer and sales tax revenue for the city of Vallejo. From what has been shared, the project design appears to complement the existing architectural character of the neighborhood. The inclusion of preserved open space and natural areas align thoughtfully with the surrounding environment and respects the character of the Glen Cove community. While I understand and sympathize with the concerns of the immediate neighbors, I believe it is important to also consider the broader benefits. Improvements such as a new lift station, increased economic activity, and the opportunity for new residents to engage and contribute to the community are all positive steps towards a strong future. I also appreciate that developer has chosen to leave one parcel in its natural state, honoring the historic vision of Glen Cove. The clear demand for housing in this area and buyers are actively seeking opportunity to purchase homes in Glen Cove. This project would help meet that demand while supporting thoughtful growth within our city. Additionally, the location of the development near the entrance of Glen Cove should help minimize traffic impacts within the neighborhood itself. I hope these comments help illustrate the positive contributions this project can bring, as well as opportunity it creates for others to realize their own dream of living in this beautiful community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Tipp.
Hi, I'm David. I've been a real estate broker in the Glen Cove community since 1991 and would like to support this Vista Cove development. I think it'll really add to the neighborhood, the community. Roseanne really pointed out all of the benefits. It's a really well-designed development. They're preserving half of it as open space. I don't see how we can ask for a lot more from a developer than that. We look for your support and thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker is Deborah Souza.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Debbie Souza, and I am a local real estate professional and longtime member of our community. Vallejo needs housing, and Vallejo needs thoughtful new development. Communities that are not growing are not staying the same. They're falling behind. Responsible growth is essential to maintaining a healthy, vibrant, and financially stable city. This is a very good, well-designed project. It reflects careful planning, respects its surrounding, and aligns with the character of Glen Cove community. I too appreciate what the consideration of keeping the other space open and not building on that and limiting the building size of the number of homes to the minimum. Projects like this don't distract, they enhance the neighborhood and support long-term property values. Growth also plays a critical role in sustaining our local schools. New families help maintain enrollment, allowing schools in Glen Cove to thrive. And thriving schools directly support strong home values, which in turn strengthens the entire community. Additionally, new housing brings important tax revenue to Vallejo, funding essential services like police, fire protection, road maintenance, and infrastructure that all residents depend on. Vallejo deserves quality projects like this. When growth is done right, it benefits everyone. I encourage you to support this project as an investment in our city's future. Thank you for your time and consideration, but I also want to just add a couple. Recently I had a client was looking for new construction. He was very specific that he wanted a new home. And I know these aren't being built right now, but the areas that I was able to show him included communities in Contra Costa County and communities in Napa. And I know we have a few in Solano County, but he will be working in Martinez, and so he's looking for something that's going to be easy commute distance. It would be amazing to be able to offer this and expand what Vallejo has to give, for people looking to move into the area. So thank you again, and I would like to encourage you to please support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Carol McKenzie.
I'm Carol McKenzie.
Hi, I've lived in Glen Cove for over 40.
And would you mind just pulling the microphone over? There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Nobody's ever said I don't talk loud enough. I've lived in Glen Cove for over 40 years, and I'm backing the two earlier speakers opposing this project. I had suggested to all of the council members that you go over to the land and walk it. I hope you did, because if you had walked that land with the project map in your hands, you would have seen why we're opposed to it. And we're opposed to it, and we're wanting you to vote no. They point out there, they say, look at all the ways out there are, the emergency exits. From this project, there is one road. When you get out of that road, there are choices. But out of the project, there's only one way out. And their numbers themselves, they published, and they said there are going to be about 400 residential trips up and down that road daily. 400 residential. Add in service people, add in visitors, add in delivery trucks. You're not talking 35 cars in the morning. You're talking a lot of cars. And I rather expect you would be shocked when you saw that little road and you're going to say 51 cars are going to come through there. I would be shocked. I was shocked. And those people could be trapped in a major emergency. I also hope that when you walked that land, you saw the birds. You heard the birds. You saw the birds. You saw the trails that are cut by the deer that walk by. That land has been occupied by I know it's not open space, but it is. And you cut it in half, and you're decimating the population that's there. And as they said, once this damage is done to the land, there is no way you can trade around. And there's no way you can stop it. In our opinion, if you have not walked that project site, you're going to be voting blindfolded and are not qualified to vote on this project, not qualified to vote yes. And I say you have to vote no if you haven't looked at it. And even if you had, you'll know why you have to vote no.
Next speaker is.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jemiah Adams.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jemiah Adams. I'm also a member of the Design Commission, and I've both asked questions about this project. Of course, I voted for the support of the design, but as far as the project and the development and the rezoning of this particular piece of land, I am also in support with my neighbors who voice opposition, and I'm asking you today to vote no for this project. What I have been working with Christina G., who spoke first as the opposition. We've collected a number of signatures with folks saying some of the same concerns of before, the one road in, one road out, the lack of police support. We also have a number of concerns for the additional cars, and the fact that Safeway is right there, and it's just, the congestion would just be untenable. In this poll that I collected, about 87% of the folks were residents of Glen Cove, and about 12% were residents of Vallejo, all expressing opposition to this project. Many of the other reasons that they talked about were the fact that we know that there's housing needed, but not rezoning an open space area that can be detrimental to our natural resources, detrimental to indigenous land. The other additional pieces that they talked about was just what was expressed earlier about once the space is developed, there will be no coming back from the natural habitat that it's in, even understanding that it's been zoned for housing for this amount of time. I also want to say too that, Vallejo is a unique community, and I notice in living Glen Cove that many of the homes, even though they are single-family homes, it's not just two parents and children living in these homes. So there are many adults, many extended families who live in the homes, which means that there's more cars per home. So that's something that I'd ask the council to also consider. So even if this were 51 homes, it would really be more than 51 cars or even, 102 cars because of the way people live here in Vallejo. We're working people, and I just want that consideration to be thought about and ask the council to vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And the last in-person speaker signed up is Daniel Boone.
I have just one question about this that I hope one of you will ask. Are there CFDs? The reason I ask is I've lost count of the times that I have stood here and other Mare Island residents have stood here to remind you that we are the only taxpayers, the only ones in the city of Vallejo that pay extra for police and fire. $3 million this year, $60 million cumulatively over the life of the CFDs. Now, when we have raised that again and again over years of time, we have heard illogical, misdirected responses from staff saying every future development in Vallejo is going to have CFDs. That doesn't pay us back the $60 million that we've paid. It doesn't relieve us of the $3 million that we're paying this year, but that's been the staff's response. So I ask you, and I hope that you will ask, is the city going to charge every new development for police and fire or not? And if not, then I guess it's one more time I'll stand here and say the fundamental unfairness of the Mare Island CFDs is we are the only taxpayers paying above our mill rate taxes extra for police and fire. So please, ask the question, is this development going to pay CFDs? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and call any online speakers that we have.
Through the mayor, we currently do not have any speakers online with their hands raised.
All right, with that, we will go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will thank all of our speakers for your comments and also for your patience in staying with us a little bit later than I know you had anticipated. I'm going to now open it up to City Council for questions for our staff and our developer. I'm going to request, just kind of with the hour in mind and the fact that we have another item, if we can compile all of our questions and do one round, one comment per council member, and then move to a vote. I think that would be a good way to go. So I will open it up for folks. And I know we have, is Councilmember Palmara still online? Okay, we still have him too. Let me know if he raises his hand. I'll ask a couple of questions. I guess I can go first while folks are thinking. So I first of all, I want to commend what a few of the speakers have said, I want to commend the early public outreach and engagement that was done on this project. The meeting that was had, I attended the open house at Norman King last year. Obviously, couldn't express any opinion about the project in any way, but did get a chance to hear some of the concerns from residents. And I got to see the developer actually respond to some of the concerns from residents, which was meaningful, and I just want to appreciate that. The things that sort of resonate with me as I think about this project is our need for housing, the fact that this project was zoned for housing, and the fact that it has been a very thoughtful integration into Glen Cove, not going for the maximum density, but really going for the minimum, trying to get something that sort of fits the spirit of the existing community, and sort of not going all the way up to maybe to some of those previous proposals. So the two questions that I have that I think have stuck with me that I want to make sure we address tonight. The first one is the deed restriction on the other half of the parcel. So I think that was a really important piece of this. It came up at Planning Commission that second half of the parcel be locked in as open space. And I want to clarify how strong that deed restriction is. Is that something that if the property were to be sold, it would carry on to a new owner? How locked in is that deed restriction?
Through the chair, so one of the recommended conditions of approval before you guys tonight is a deed restriction that would prevent any future development in approximately 8.36 acres of the parcel site. So the condition currently reads that prior to any building permit issuance, a developer shall have recorded a deed restriction for parcel A that restricts the development of any future residential units in perpetuity. Said form of deed restriction shall be approved by the city attorney's office prior to recordation. In addition to the deed restriction, the actual the draft plan development document that is part of the introduction of the ordinance also identifies that parcel A to be undeveloped and preserved as open space. So let's say if Mr. Smith one day sells the property to another developer and they want to do development there, first off, the deed restriction would be there that would prevent any development in that parcel. But if they want to go ahead and move forward, that plan development document does have to go once again through Planning Commission with the recommendations to City Council. And I personally believe that staff wouldn't support it since we know that this deed restriction will be recorded on the property.
So thank you for that. So my understanding that it wouldn't prohibit future development, but it would require additional steps to overturn the deed restriction. Is there a way to really lock in that deed restriction?
I think the key here is that the deed restriction would restrict future residential units in perpetuity. So that's forever, basically.
So it wouldn't, nothing would be permitted unless there was an action of the city
and that deed restriction was lifted.
The deed, so there would have to be an active action to remove the deed restriction. Okay.
So if I
Go
can
ahead.
have Alicia Guerra with Buckhalter comment on that from a legal perspective.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Alicia Guerra with Buckhalter. I just want to clarify that deed restrictions is a matter of state law under the Civil Code, Section 815, effectively operate as perpetual conservation easements. So they actually can't be amended or removed. They run with the land, they stay on title, and they prohibit any uses other than the allowable uses through the deed restriction, which in this case, the city has indicated it's for open space purposes. So no development would occur.
Okay, thank you for that. So my second question is around the traffic study that was done and the traffic on Shady Lane. And I have been thinking about this a lot for a year. Obviously, I live in Glen Cove. I live in a very not dissimilar type of neighborhood where there's kind of one road in and then a lot of houses on the sort of side streets. There's a big thing of condos. And so I would love to hear a little bit more about the traffic study, the results, because I know that was one of the big concerns that was raised by the residents, that, you have this street that's currently more or less a dead end, and now it's going to be the one entry point into this whole new development with 51 homes. Can any of you, thank you, Mr. Chu. We got our traffic engineer coming up.
Through the chair, yes, I reviewed that extensively, the report like the applicant mentioned, and it does inhibit initially, but if you think logically about it, a single road in, you have 2 lanes coming out, Glen Cove Parkway, they're all going to make a right-hand turn. And minor adjustments through Caltrans, of course, because it's going to impact I-780. After you make a right off of Robles onto Glen Cove Parkway to 780 interchange, you can make another right-hand turn, or it already has a dual left as you make your way northbound out of the development.
And do you think there'll be additional sort of street support that's needed for Shady Lane itself just to be able to take on that extra traffic that's going to be coming through? Are we going to have to kind of rethink about how we, the paving cycle for that street so that it can handle the extra traffic?
No, it's it'll be able to handle it. We can do minor adjustments to that traffic signal, like a right turn overlap. So left turn movement as you're coming in from onto Glen Cove Parkway to Robles Way into Safeway, you get a right turn overlap. Those vehicles will continue moving at the same time as the left turn pocket will be moving in.
That's helpful. I'm speaking specifically about the portion, the existing neighborhood Shady Lane that's going to be the entrance into this new development. There's
Right.
just going to be that right now the only people driving on that road are the couple of houses on that road, and now we're going to have 51 additional homes worth of traffic hitting that road back and forth.
Right.
How did the traffic study sort of address that? What came out of that?
This is just going to be normal traffic operations. It's standard circulation plan to come in and out of there. So it's not going to be, everyone's not going to come leaving at the same time typically. They'll stagger out, and then as needed, the traffic circulation will be able to manage that through the traffic signal. And then once they get onto the main arterial, that's where we're keeping it 2 lanes that's expanded out from the single lane from the residential road.
Through
Go
the
ahead,
mayor.
Kristen. Yeah.
I think maybe it would be helpful if you could talk about the level of service scale being a rating of A through E and where these streets typically fall on that scale. I think that might be helpful to understand maybe.
I think that's kind of more of what I'm getting at, is just there's going to be extra cars coming down this road. They're not all going to be coming at the same time. I don't anticipate a traffic jam. I'm going to get to that in a second. But I'm just talking about the additional wear and tear on that road.
Level of service is basically it's going to be minimal impact, the 51 homes, compared to what normally would be on hundreds of homes or a bigger development coming out of that development. So it's typically A or B, C, D is fine, and then once you get into E, then we're going to need mitigation measures to add left turn pockets, right turn pockets, and extra mitigations for traffic.
Okay. All right. So I guess what I'll say, I'll have one more question about the construction phase, but I mean, I did do to the residents' points. That was one of the concerns that really stuck with me, that I think is obviously going to be a concern. And I've been kind of in Glen Cove, kind of watching and observing and looking at things. And I will say, the neighborhood I live in, the development I live in, has over double the number of homes that Vista Cove is going to have. And then on the same one road out to Glen Cove that we have, there's also a condo complex that probably has another 100 homes, and all of them feed onto one street out on Glen Cove Parkway, and it is sleepy. It is not busy, and I know that's not, you're not going to know until you see it, but when you first hear, 51 homes, they're going to have 2 adults each, they're each going to have a car, there's going to be so many cars, it actually really doesn't lead to that many cars. It's just scary to imagine at first. And so I've kind of been thinking about that. What does the traffic from 100 plus homes really look like? And it isn't as bad as you first imagine. I do still, I think, have a little bit of concern, again, just about that one road in piece. And I think the final question that I would ask is if, I don't think it's a deal breaker, but I would ask that there be some coordination with the residents if the project does go through during the construction phase. Because I think that's going to be the most disrupted for the residents there, especially when there are, trucks coming through, materials coming through. If the development happens, how are we going to ensure that those residents are not, or just at least mitigate the impact of having all that come through, which is going to be a lot more in how, whatever the time frame. I don't know if the developer can clarify like how long the construction period would be, and if there are any ways that the neighbors can be engaged in making sure that one entry exit is mitigated as they're it's being trafficked by the trucks and the materials and everything coming through, building materials.
Sure. I'll say a couple of things. In addition to what the traffic engineer has mentioned, there was some great questions that were asked of staff, and responses were provided by staff to those, and that's been included in the packet. And one of the questions about traffic related to those streets, the response was that the level of service is a level of service B right now, which is more than satisfactory. And after the 51 units are built, it is still a level of service B. I believe the CEQA document studied what delays there might be, if any, at Robles, and at that intersection with the traffic signal, they came up with 1.2 seconds, which is, 1/1000. It's not really causing a lot of delays. I know it may seem like it's a lot of traffic, but to your point, it's really not as many
really
cars
isn't.
as you think.
I've never sat in traffic trying to get off my street, and there's probably 250 to 300 homes that feed into that one street. So it's I know it's just hearing the numbers feels a certain type of way. But what about the construction phase? So when the heavy
Sure.
machinery is coming through, how can we work with the folks that's there?
So I will say that the course of construction will probably take place over a year, and it happens, in stages. We don't have 100 framers there on day one. We've got to grade the property first and things like that. So there are different disciplines that will show up to the site, different trades that will show up to the site and do their work, and then they move on. So it will start with a grading contractor, so they'll bring equipment in. They'll have some people manning that equipment. And then it might move on to guys that are doing wet utilities and, then on to streets and things like that. So it happens in stages. So it's not like everything happens at once. I'd be willing to bet that the traffic is actually less than the 51 homes at the end of the day. I don't know that for a fact, but that's my construction experience would indicate that. And then when homes are built, it is highly unlikely that 51 homes will be started at once. We typically do this in phases and try to match the pace of sales, which is about one home per week is a good sales pace. So we're starting 12 homes every 4 months. And so what that means, 12 homes every 3 months. But what that means is that the trades are coming in stages as well. There will be a concrete contractor to do the foundations, and then there will be some, plumbing, and then there'll be some framing and et cetera. So I guess to answer your question is I think it's metered out over the construction process over a year. And in terms of the streets and the health of the streets, we do have a condition of approval that if any streets are damaged during our construction process by our construction or by equipment coming in, we are required to repair that at our expense.
That's good to know. Thank you. Okay, I think those are the questions I have for now. The big ones being just making sure that deed restriction is in place and making sure we're cognizant of the ingress, egress traffic on that road. With that, I'll open it up to all of my colleagues have now put their lights on. So I will start with the Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Letajou.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to commend staff, the applicant, and even the general public of this being a collaborative process for this project, especially with the complexity of of what it is. And if I could have the traffic engineer come on up, I've got a series of questions here. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for coming up. And focusing, going back to the point of this is a one road in and one road out, right. Adding the 51 homes and with the understanding that in today's society is typically 2 cars, 2 income homes with 2 cars, where now there are multiple homes that have more than just 2 cars that are sitting in there. So are these the latest standards that were, because I and this maybe goes to the mayor's point of 35 trips. That seems significantly low to me, but to her experience of the lack of traffic in there, I want to understand if these are the numbers based on the most current best practices or standards for trips of developments of this ilk.
Right. So that we utilize the trip generation manual, where it has residential homes and has specific trips calculated for the peak hours, AM, PM, peak hours, and it's not going to be, it has the densities of the number of units of the home. So with the 51 homes, it falls well under what the applicant mentioned about the level of service there and the delay times.
And so, and how many existing homes are there right now in this development before this addition?
In Glen Cove itself?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that. On that site itself is nothing, right? It's undeveloped, right? So.
I mean, but it feeds into a currently fully developed area, correct? So my question is, how many current homes are there in that area?
I'm not familiar with that. So.
Over 100, 100, 200?
I would guess a couple hundred.
Couple
but
hundred,
I'm
and
not certain.
what was the trip count for that development?
I don't think we have that data though.
Because what I'm getting at is there's a cumulative effect, because right now, if you're saying this 35 is just from these new 51 homes, what's the cumulative effect getting to the arterial of the existing homes?
Right, that's factored in already in the level of service, so it's still not going to make that impact.
Okay.
With the delay.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm done with the traffic questions right now, so thank you for that one. Getting to, once again, I want to commend the staff and for the level of collaborative with the applicant and the general public, and that speaks to what the conditions of approval are, because typically it's a boilerplate with just a couple of pages. The fact that this is as extensive it is, I want to commend the level of research and diving into the complexity of this project. The ones I want to get to are under your general requirements, specifically item 22, where you break it down to the air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology, soils, et cetera. And the 2 points that I want to kind of bring up and kind of get further elaboration on are the biological resources. So when you're dealing with wildlife like that, and I see that for items 1A and 1B, you were mitigating that through administerial type of credits. So so my question is, if you get to the point to where there is an impact to the birds and the survey you come into, what are your mitigating other than administerial and?
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly which mitigation measures you're referring to in the mitigation monitoring program, but I would say that there are several regarding bio. Prior to construction, we are required to do pre-construction surveys for nesting birds, roosting bats, and a number of things. We are to the extent possible, try not to do as much construction work as we can during the nesting period, but really we will be surveying to see if there are any nesting birds. I'm going to ask Justin Simeon with WRA, he's the biologist, to comment on what would occur if we did run into any of those situations.
Sure. So the specifics of what happens if a bird is found depends on the species of bird, and depends on the circumstances around what's happening with construction at the time that bird is found. But you evaluate different birds respond differently to different buffer distances, but essentially you're putting a buffer distance around the nest that's observed, depending on what that species is. So that's how the bird buffers work.
And so if you find that there is some nesting birds specifically on this new project site, what are your actions from that?
So you establish a buffer around that nest, and there's no construction allowed within that buffer until the nesting period is done. So the biologist will continue to monitor that nest and look to see if the chicks have hatched, if they've fledged, left the nest, and once the chicks have left the nest and the parents have left the nest as well, the buffer work can be done within that buffer at that time.
Appreciate that clarification, because to that point of of construction can't happen. So has the applicant taken into account the potential construction delay of something like this?
Yes, yeah, that's inherent in doing really kind of any construction project in California. That's all of the builders and developers are aware of that, all of the contractors.
Appreciate that. And then the fact that I saw on here specifically the burrowing owl. So I had in my professional career, I had a specific project down in the South Bay where a project was actually delayed 3 years because of a burrowing owl. Have you, obviously this was a couple of decades ago, but in a situation like this, I guess my question is, how has the latest and greatest technology and surveys for the burrowing owl, has that been taken into account for this particular project? Because the fact that the project and the developer and it was a high-tech company that had to wait 3 years because of a burrowing owl, how would that impact this particular issue?
Sure, yeah. For this particular site, the burrowing owl measures are really implemented out of an abundance of caution. For that species, it isn't really very good habitat for burrowing owl on the site. But because of the expanse of open space that's adjacent to it, there is a small potential that some burrowing owls could be present on the property as overwintering. And those are transitional uses. Not nesting. They're not nesting when they're overwintering. They're using it as cover and for foraging during the wintertime before the nesting season gets started. Even that at this particular site is pretty low potential because of the topography of the site and the management of the site. There's really tall grasses. That really is disencouraging, I guess, for burrowing owls. They like to keep things low so they can look around and see predators and the like. So that's one factor here. But so with the overwintering, you need to avoid the owl. Where the owl is overwintering, and so that's done just by surveys. Once the winter is done, the owls move out of their overwintering areas and move into their nesting areas. For nesting areas, you avoid. It's a very similar process to the standard nesting bird procedures. You avoid that burrow, and you avoid the burrow during the nesting period. And put a buffer around it, and once that nesting period is done, you can move in and start construction again. I don't know the specifics about that project that you were referring to, so I can't. It's hard to say what the 3-year delay cause was.
Yeah, no, the fact it was decades ago and it was for Cisco, so that was the concern there. But
yeah, they are much more prevalent in the South Bay.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Cliff. And then also, just out of curiosity, from the adjacent Benicia wildlife area, has there been surveys already done of the potential of any of that wildlife impacting this project site?
The surveys done, our surveys did not cover fully the Benicia wildlife. Our field visits did not cover that area, but we did cover that through our background research, and a lot of the species that were identified in the biological section of the CEQA document were based on that what is potential to occur, what species have the potential to occur in that surrounding area. So that's how you do it because of property access issues and the like. But those were fully evaluated as part of the CEQA document.
Appreciate that confirmation. And my last question is for staff. I noticed under the public comment, there was only one 3-page email included in this, and I remember seeing a whole bunch of emails. And so I'm just curious to make sure that all the public comments were part of this packet.
So the comments that were included as part of the package were the ones that were sent to staff and were provided or uploaded to the packet during, prior to the publication of the packet. And any new comments that were provided to staff after the publication were forwarded to the city clerk and earlier today.
Okay, because like this, what this 3-page email that had all of us council members on it, but I remember seeing quite a few other emails that I'm just curious why they aren't part of this, or do we need, I mean, so I was just out of curiosity.
Are you referring to emails that came in earlier in the process?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we did prepare a formal response to comments, so all of those documents were included in the response to comments document, so maybe they just didn't show up.
Yeah, I think if there was a reference to the responses to that specific email, then we could have, I guess, negated or crossed those off as a cross-reference there. But no, I just want to just had that curiosity of why there was only one 3-page.
Yeah, they should have all been included, but maybe the file name was just different because it was a response to comments document.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, Councilmember Ledeju.
Thank you. So we did council member, we did receive lots of comments, and actually I took many of those comments that I got personally, that you got as well, and I actually collated them and I sent them to the planning department for response. So I see them and I've reviewed them, and I've actually sat down with staff going over all of those comments. And one of the things, some things that I was really concerned about, and the reasons I did that was the project, as stated before, had failed, and there were comments stating that this land was never to be developed. And I really wanted to understand what was the story behind this property and how this property was held. This property, from my understanding, has always been privately held. And in 1970, I actually looked at the maps today with the staff to understand when this property was actually zoned and how it was zoned. In 1970, it was first zoned, and that was 30 years after we became a charter city. And it was heavily densed at that time, and then I think in 1992 or so forth and on, the property was rezoned to be less dense. And so, you know, I really want to say, as I was investigating the different comments made by the residents, that this property has always been zoned for multifamily housing, and it was much more dense prior to this point in time. In addition to that, there were comments regarding ancestral land, and I wanted to understand how we really address those questions and concerns. And the staff did a fine job explaining how they had gone out and surveyed. And the very fact that if you do turn over land and we find that there's artifacts, then I believe that we would have to stop and address those issues. You cannot continue by law. In addition to that, I fully understand. I live in Glen Cove. I live across the street from Benicia State Park. I have a vacant lot that, for some reason, the way that the topology of that land, has been sold several times and never built on because of the topology of that land. But that land is actually designed for a multi-family home as well. And so when I think about housing, I am someone who cares about housing, and I do believe that every neighborhood does bear their share, every community bears their share for how housing is built. That is important. And so I took this very serious. I took your questions very serious. It took me quite a bit of time to collate every last one of your emails. They were very in-depth, and I took the time by evidence to ensure that those questions were answered. I did that work because this was very important to me as someone who lives in that community and as someone who represents this community. I would agree where there's traffic concerns, and I've talked to the developer, I've talked to the staff. And I will tell you the lived experience of getting out of Glen Cove. I've been home for 6 months, where generally I leave home when everybody else is asleep. And these last 6 months, that has not been the case. And when there is construction, it is very difficult, the timing to get out of Glen Cove. And when you're talking about coming off the freeway on both ends, coming onto Glen Cove Parkway and trying to get over to Robles, there's a lot going on there. And we need to admit that, and we need to acknowledge that. And with the fact that the Safeway on Admiral Callahan has been closed, you're considering building on Rollingwood the additional homes, we do have to look at those things and be honest about what the impacts are to a community. Is this any different than any other community? No. These are the realities. And the question is, as we continue to look to build in our city and develop, we have to be honest about what are the impacts to community, what can we live with, how are we going to mitigate some of those impacts? You know, because I was very concerned that when we talk about traffic, how Shady Lane was not considered in the traffic study. And I don't know why that wasn't. And, you know, my question to staff is, what is the possibility to really look at that? And the other part to that is, just like our mayor talked about, I know where she lives, and she's quite right, the narrow pathway and how many homes are there. But the fact of the matter is, people still live there, and they're managing and moving through. And is it uncomfortable? Let's be honest. Again, I live in Glen Cove, and I love Glen Cove. It's beautiful. But, you know, change is hard. Transformation is difficult. And yes, we would like to have our open space. And to that point, as I did my research, I think the property is what, 21, 23 acres, correct? How many acres is it?
It's 20.13 acres.
So it's 21.3 acres, and almost half of that acreage is being laid aside for open space with a commitment that you can never build on that open land. So I believe there has been some real consideration. And I do know for a fact, I did attend at that time, I think we were both running, I did attend the one of the open houses, and I just stood in the background, and I have to say, honestly, I watched the developer have lots of conversations. I listened to how the developers were answering questions, and I know we have community members who have been following this very intimately, and I appreciate it. And at the same time, we do have to have considerations about, again, we all have to bear our share in building, and yet at the same time, we've been very thoughtful about open land remaining in Glen Cove, and I do appreciate that as well. And so, you know, I'm really just summarizing the work that I did, the investigation that I did in relation to all the questions that were asked, to make sure that every last one of those questions were asked. And as it relates to safety and emergency services and policing, I'm going to say this. It doesn't matter if you live in the Vistas, in East Vallejo, South Vallejo, North Vallejo, wherever you live, we have to be very honest about public safety. Public safety is not just an anomaly for Glen Cove and the building of 51 housing units coming online. We are grappling with that across our entire city. And this council has spent a lot of time in its first year really solving for community policing. And yes, the sheriff is one piece of that, with the intention of really increasing our policing workforce. In addition to that, yes, we have a firehouse that is temporarily funded. And this is why I have said on this dais, we need to talk about this grant for our fire safety and what it really means, because we have a station that is being funded basically through overtime, and it cannot continue to do so. So yes, we do have to figure out, what does that really look like for Glen Cove or any other community that might be faced with dealing with public services. You know, so this is not an anomaly just for Glen Cove. This is for the entire community of Vallejo. We're not by ourselves in these needs. In addition, one of my biggest things as an advocate for housing, and I have said this to the developer, and I'm going to bring it back to this table, because I have a really hard time. I don't have a hard time with the concept. I think the concept is beautiful. It's befitting to the community and how you have really worked with the community, and they have acknowledged that you have been working with them. The designs look nice and work with the community. But one of the things that I have a hard time addressing or living with is the very fact that there is no affordable housing component baked into the development of this particular, for Vista Cove. And I think it's a travesty when, I'm going to say this to our city and to the city council, I think it's a travesty when we have developers come in and build in our city and we don't have policy, we don't have requirements that say you must do something about affordability. Because every community member here in the city cannot do this leveling up. We have what we call workforce housing, people who are at the 50, 80, and 120% AMI who literally will not be able to walk in your development. And I can guarantee you that many people who will buy these developments will be someone who's going to migrate into Vallejo. And this is important to me, that the families here, the individuals in here, that we have affordability every time we develop, so that our families who exist in our community have an opportunity to be able to buy a home within the community that they have existed in for many years. There was an example that you talked about, one of the real estate agents that, oh, I have a client who's moving here, who wants to live in a brand new house. That's great, but I have people who live in our city who literally, we have families, children in Glen Cove, and I know this for a fact, I knocked on many doors, that their children cannot live here in our communities because they cannot afford to live in our communities. So as a developer, I brought this to your attention before. What can you consider around affordability for a couple of your units, whether you do a junior ADUs, where people can think about renting their ADU or extending their families? But what are you all willing to do around affordability, around a couple of your developments, units that you're building in the development? And that's to the developer, because this is very important to me as someone who works in housing.
Yes, and thank you for the question. I want to acknowledge that it's a very important issue, and I want to acknowledge that I understand that it is near and dear to many of your hearts. It's a very important issue that this city faces. I will say that one of the things that's extremely important for us as developers, when we come and decide to invest a significant amount of money going through the process here, a process that took us it's taken us well over 3 years to get to this point. It takes a lot of capital, and it's a big investment. And so when we want to make that commitment, we understand what the ground rules are in place when we make that commitment. And this has been in the housing element as market rate above moderate housing. And there is no inclusionary housing ordinance in place. So from our perspective, you know, we got to understand what the ground rules are. And I would really encourage the city to take up an inclusionary housing ordinance so the ground rules could be set for developers. Because we make our investments and we base our purchase price of the land, and we make all of our investments based on that, what the rules are in place, and our understanding at the time.
Can I stop you for a moment?
Sure.
Because what I want to say to you as a developer, as a developer and an organization, where is your social responsibility? Whether there's an inclusionary policy, whether there is the ground rule that tells you, oh, you need to give to a housing trust fund, or consider what percentage of your development can you consider, even at an 80% or 120% AMI. I'm not even asking you to go down to the lowest, to 50 to 30%, but mid. What is your social responsibility to consider that when you walk into a city, and especially when you walk into a city such as Vallejo? You've just said it. So what is the social responsibility? It's not just that, oh, I'm bringing my resources. I know what it takes to pencil out a project. You don't have to tell me. I know all of the layering that has to occur in that work. But it becomes part of what is the benefit that you are bringing to a community versus I'm building housing, you can come and live here and buy it from me, and I'm going to get my profit. That's all great, and depending on who can afford to come and live, it will bring some sort of benefit, wealth, additional income. That's still not a good enough, because what is the community benefit? Even when a city doesn't ask you for that, what is your social responsibility? Because from my perspective, as you continue on, it's like basically what you're telling me is, you didn't have a policy, so I didn't find the need to do anything in addition to the community to consider how I could add to the community from a social perspective, from a social responsibility perspective.
So I guess I will say this. We're struggling on this project, and that's the truth, okay? It has been 3 years since we started this process. In those 3 years, we've gone through a number of different iterations on how to approach the entitlements here. It's been a little tricky, and we've landed on that plan development, which is why we're in front of you tonight. In those 3 years, home prices have come down, and in those 3 years, construction costs have come up. So I just want to kind of set that groundwork where I would love to give you something on this. But I'm in a position where I'm trying to recuperate my investors' money, and we're not looking to make a profit, or at least any kind of modest profit on this. So we're kind of running down to our bare bones. In terms of our social responsibility, I don't know. I mean, we come to these, we come to cities like Vallejo, and we are trying to kind of understand the landscape and what the needs are, and we make our best judgments at the time. I know that we've tried to help with providing, I think you and maybe other council members, examples of other cities' inclusionary housing ordinances that we would encourage you to take up. I'm struggling with how to give you something on this and still get my investors anything back on this deal. It's a very thin deal, and I wish I could. So I have multiple responsibilities. There's social responsibilities. There's also responsibilities that I have to partners and investors and things like that. And they're, they're relevant to what we're doing too. But I think what I would like to do is maybe I'm struggling to figure out how we can fit something into the architecture. Is where I'm struggling with it with a junior ADU. But there may be an opportunity. I can think of the 2 lots at the entrance to the project. There may be room to do something unique there with a junior ADU. And so I'd like to propose that we would work on that with staff and see if we can figure something out. And if we can fit something onto the site, we can commit to doing that. But I very much encourage you guys to take up an inclusionary housing ordinance, because this kind of thing right now is, I just want to know, I understand the importance, and I understand the importance to you, but it can be painful. It's very painful. And it's an exaction at this point that is uncomfortable, and if I knew the ground rules going in, we would have done things a little differently. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that comment, because that's important as the council is actually in the process of considering an inclusionary zoning ordinance, we've had a listening session and are going to be looking at it. So to hear from you, I mean, I'm personally of the opinion you can't, once you've set the ground rules and somebody goes in, it's hard to move the goalposts after. But to hear you say, yeah, if you'd had that in place at the beginning, it would have been a lot easier. That's very helpful. Before I pass it off to Councilmember Bergenzer, I did want to mention for the members of the public, in person and online, that Councilmember Letajou had compiled that list of questions that she mentioned and sent to staff, and staff sent that to all of council, but it's also in the meeting materials for today's meeting. So if you go to this action item, it's down near there's a lot of exhibits. If you go all the way down to the bottom, there's a file called Vista Cove Response to Supplemental Questions, and that document is a thank you to the planning team for really putting that together. It's the very, very detailed responses to all of the questions Councilmember Letajou asked, which were curated from all of the questions that came from the community. So I just want to flag that that is available online. And with that, I will pass it over to Councilmember Bergenzer.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. When we met to talk about the development, I did have some questions, and I guess I want to go back over them because wildfires are a very dangerous portion of our arena now, and it just seems like there's not enough safeguards in place to make sure that this community is going to be protected because it's done at the bottom of a hillside, and there's really one entrance out. We had some experiences with wildfires coming from the Carquinez Bridge heading towards Glen Cove last summer or the summer before. So how are we making sure that residents will be safe getting out of an evacuation zone?
So I will say this with our one entrance to our 51 units, that has been reviewed by the fire department, and that has been deemed to be adequate for emergency egress. I will also say that the slopes around the homes is irrigated and provides some form of fuel modification. The homes are sprinklered, so they all, that's the standard code today is to have automatic sprinklers. Older vintage homes do not have that. This will be safer than the homes that are in the existing Glen Cove development. What was I going to say? Yeah, in addition to that, it's just made out of modern materials and stucco and those kind of things. So this is safer than most of the housing stock in the city of Vallejo.
Okay, thank you. Building on what Councilmember Letajou had asked, can the homeowners add ADUs at a future date, or is there a covenant that nothing can be added to the lots once the development is finished?
That's a state law question. I don't know that you can prohibit people from having ADUs or developing ADUs in the future. That's more of a legal question. So,
So like the HOA wouldn't prohibit?
I don't think HOAs can legally restrict that.
That's correct. It's allowed by state law.
Okay, that's good. Please ask about pest mice. Oh, somebody passed a question. Can you talk about pests and mice during construction?
Yeah.
You're moving earth, you're moving land, and this is a known fact when that happens. Thank you for letting me get back in here. I forgot this is really important. So when you're moving the dirt and the land, you're displacing, if there's mice, whatever's there, right? And so what is the mitigation for that? Because all of a sudden, when there was a fire in Glen Cove, it was a disaster. There were mice or rats, whatever they are, everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it took a toll on the neighborhood. Yeah. Yes. And so how are you going to deal with that? Because I'm coming down if I get any.
I mean, with any construction, there are some things that we have to deal with. There are temporary impacts like that. Construction to build homes, you've got to construct them, and you've got to go through this process. So there is a little bit of discomfort along the way. I might ask the biologist. Is there anything you would add to this that rodents are during construction?
During construction, not a ton. Okay. You can do about that kind of thing. This came up during the planning commission hearing too, and it came up in reference to the eucalyptus removal And rats love eucalyptus trees. So when you're taking out eucalyptus trees and you're removing all that debris, all those rats are going to look for somewhere else to go. It is again a little bit different, just ecologically on this site versus down in the SRA where they were removing those eucalyptus trees that triggered all those rats to come up. So if I were to posit a theory, it would be because it had to do a lot with the eucalyptus trees, and they love the debris that's around the eucalyptus trees.
But what is the responsibility of the developer? I have developed, and we have residents in those brand new where those developments are coming in, and we had to work with our developers for pest mitigation because that was a huge impact on our families. And you're going to be moving dirt, and so there are households around there, and there really needs to be consideration or research around how do you do mitigation for rodents in particular. So I just would like for you to think about it, because if I get an influx of complaints, I will be coming and sitting and talking to you and saying, how are you going to pay for this, and how are you going to take care of the neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
I do not like rodents.
Look, we endeavor to be the best neighbors we can be. Okay, so that if it's becoming an issue, we'll see what we can do. But it's not an issue until it's an issue. If it becomes one, then let's talk. Okay.
Okay, and then my final question or questions really go to the staff, and it's to our previous speaker. What about CFDs? Are there CFDs associated with this project? And if not, why aren't they?
There are not any CFDs associated with this project. I don't, maybe I should defer. Just, the HOA is handling all of the maintenance items. If you're asking specifically about police and fire, I don't think that there is one that is applicable citywide that would be applied to this project. I think that that is covered through the property tax revenue. I don't know if there's someone else who could elaborate, but.
I would like more elaboration because we do struggle with police and fire, and adding another development just adds to the complexities of not having enough staffing. So where do we talk about CFDs and adding that provision?
Good evening, Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager. I've been working in lots of development projects for the last 6.5 years, and when we look at CFDs, and Veronica, jump in if need be, when we look at CFDs, we look at services citywide within the city limits, right? Mare Island, remember, was annexed separately, so that was a separate look at that time. As we look at general plan densities, we look at low, mid-density, or high end of the density, and we look at what the services in the area in that quadrant are. And then we determine if we need additional supplemental. If he was at the very highest density on this project, we would probably be looking at supplemental, but we look at, fire calls for service and how long they take, et cetera, in this quadrant area. The police department looks at it, the fire department looks at it, and then they give us their comments. There will be Blue Rock is the next project we'll be hearing this evening. They will be having to propose CFDs. They have a lot higher density proposed with their project. This one at the 51 units at the very lowest end of the general plan density. It's not necessary at this time according to our department staffing.
Okay, I understand that, but I think that's something that this council needs to look at for equity reasons, that it doesn't matter the density. If we have a new annex someplace that's as far out as Glen Cove, I mean, that's the very city limits to that area, it's going to have impact on the quality of the calls for the police or the fire, as well as dealing with the rest of the city. So I think that that's something that needs to come back to this council, and we need to discuss for equity reasons and not just have it be based on density, because it's not fair to the residents. The density is not that great on Mare Island, and I understand that's a different aspect because it was annexed differently, but also this is an annex of the city, and Hidden Brook was an annex of the city. So I just think that we need to bring that back as an item.
So just to raise that
as a question, are you saying bring it back for this particular project, or that you wish to look at adding a condition of approval that addresses that to this entitlement, or bring it back for a citywide look? I just want to.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hold up this project because I think this is a solid project, but I think that we need to look at that for anything in the future. We need to have that as part of the planning process. That any addition to the city needs to have impacts paid for. Thank you.
All right, we've got Councilmember Matias and then Councilmember Borden. Wait a minute, are we down?
Through the mayor, yes, we're still broadcasting, we're still live, but our video feeds are currently undergoing some technical issues, so.
Okay, but we
are
are
still on
online.
Zoom, there's still a broadcast, and we are still recording.
Okay, why don't we finish this item and then we'll see what we're gonna do from there. Yeah, so I'm gonna go over to Councilmember Matias.
Sorry, just to make sure we're compliant with the Brown Act, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So are we, as the screen goes completely black, are we, you say we're broadcasting, meaning we are broadcasting both video of this meeting and audio?
Currently, we do have video and audio being recorded in our studio downstairs. We do also have Zoom up and running with members of the public also.
So
attuned
the
at that
public
point.
can still comment on Zoom
Correct.
and they can still hear and see us. We
Correct.
just are having a feed problem here.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
Do you still have to go, Councilmember Gordon? Okay, so I will go after Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, my colleague. So thank you so much, Councilmember Liturgy, because as you see, I have a whole bunch of them, and I got a chance to talk with the developer himself regarding concerns about mixed income housing. And I even asked about apartment complex, right? And so I hope that you take that in consideration, because we don't want people who live here in Vallejo don't get a chance to take advantage of, moving up to their income. Because if you look at the highest income that individuals make here in Vallejo, they would not be able to afford what you're offering. So I do like the idea that my colleague mentioned about junior ADUs, but affordable accountability is crucial to us. I also asked about not only green space, but park where children can play. And I hope that that was taken consideration, because I did not see that in your plan. But next important thing that I'm dealing with right now is your start time. To be a good neighbor, what I'm partially experiencing right now, 7 o'clock in the morning, is not cool at all. So I'm proposing, I've already asked you these questions already, but I want to say it on record, that start time should be considered after 8 and end at 5. Monday through Friday, and definitely no weekends. Although you can do that, but as a good neighbor, I would think that you would consider that. And please have somebody on site to make sure whoever you have as a superintendent, they are complying to the rules, because I just wrote almost 3 pages of violations that's been taking place in my community.
It's Councilmember Palmares. Can you
No,
hear me?
he's still good. Yeah, no, he's still got
Yeah,
us.
so, but I don't know if that's just me because I'm a panelist. I don't know if that's a good representative of or representation of whether everyone else in Vallejo could hear this. So at least I could hear and see you guys.
Well, thank you for clarifying that.
Let me check. I
Yeah.
have staff that I think is upstairs. Let me check
Okay.
if they can see.
All right, we're all right on Zoom. Confirming. I'm getting texts left and right that people can see and hear on Zoom. For the record, those on Zoom, we cannot see here. So that was our concern. All right, with that said, we had
Recording in
Real
progress.
quick.
My last question, please. Thank you, sir. No, that's just my last question. First of all, I just want to say thank you for your comments. I appreciate your transparency. One of the things I worry about is kids stay in your place out of sight, out of mind. And as a person who grew up in my community, I enjoy being part of. And I just worry about the implication that that kids are not welcomed here to play on the streets or play on the sidewalks. And I just worry about low-income people not being welcome. That's all. But thank you for sharing your comments. You already answered to to City Councilwoman Lettish. So I'm not going to, you don't have to belabor on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So to the developer.
So 4 months with that. Concurrent with that, we would probably start our plan check process or do our construction drawings. That would have to go through a process of review by the city engineer and really all city departments. So once we get a grading permit, I'm just going to guesstimate, let's call that 6 months, maybe longer. I've not done this yet in Vallejo. I don't know how long it takes here exactly, but if we can get that in 6 months, then construction could start. I would expect the grading, the wet utilities, the streets, and all that stuff to go first. I would expect that to occur over a period of about 4 months. Then I would expect vertical construction of homes to occur, starting with models, and it would take about 6 months to complete those. And that's about the time we would go to sale. So it's still a little bit of time. So we'll call that maybe a year.
2028.
Yeah.
2028. Okay.
Yeah. So, there's still a ways to go. There's still a lot of work to do, still a lot of investment to be made to get to that point.
Got it. And then the second question I have for you is, what would the inclusion of a CFD assessment do to your bottom line, big picture?
I think we have. I think it would eat up taxing capacity and it lowers revenues. So there is an impact. I think that our project mitigates for the police and fire by the nature of its tax base. I think is what staff has determined. We'd have to ask staff that, but that's the premise we've been working under. To implement a CFD would create a financial impact on the homeowners, would create a financial impact on the sales price of the homes. There is a certain amount of taxing capacity that we would use regardless, possibly through the SCIP program, which is a separate Melrose financing opportunity. It would reduce the capacity of that. So there's some real world implications to it. In this case, if we're properly mitigating for it through the tax roll, and again, remember, we're not we're not asking the city to repave our streets or maintain our landscaping, so there's inherently a savings there. So, that's already a savings to the city that from the tax base that would be coming to the general fund. So I think net, it's a positive anyways. So those are just my thoughts, just off the cuff.
Thank you. Next question. What's the price point of these homes that you're selling to folks?
It's going to be what the market will bear at the time. I mean, as I mentioned, we're not coming to the market for a little bit of time. I think that we would expect them to maybe start in the low 700s and then go up from there.
Okay. And then where else do you currently do business in the state of California?
At Sansera, we've got projects in Murrieta, city of Murrieta, Southern California, city of San Marcos, we're processing there. We're processing a project in the city of Temecula. So most of the stuff that we've done so far has been in Southern California, but those are active projects. We've done other projects in the past, and then collectively, we have a lot of experience.
So that leads me to the next question, and it ties into something Councilmember Letterju was sort of alluding to earlier. Mm-hmm. So you're aware of RENA, right? RENA?
RENA, yes.
Okay. So as a developer, when you're thinking about RENA and you're going into different communities, what do you see your role as when it comes to partnering with cities and addressing RENA requirements?
So it's the city's job to set forth a plan to meet the RENA requirements through the housing element. And what we do as a developer is we come in and we try to implement the housing element. So in this case, the city has already set forth the expectation to meet part of its RENA goals and requirements with this site being at least 51 units. So we have to balance the need to meet that requirement with what the economics are, what the surrounding uses are, and what the best product is, the best type of development is for the specific site. So, the city's required to meet the RENA requirements, and that then falls on us as if it's part of the housing element.
Okay. And then this is a very technical question, but when I saw the renderings, I saw that the project was kind of bumping up against the interstate or the freeway. Maybe the edge of it.
It doesn't bump up right against it. There's a considerable buffer still. There's some slope up. So those renderings are taken from a vantage point elevated, and they're not representing the exact boundary. So they get close, but not maybe as close as you might imagine.
So no noise issues or?
Noise is studied under CEQA. And,
no safety hazards?
No. Okay. We're uphill from the highway.
All right. So just from my vantage point, I'm going to share a couple comments and then I'll be done. Love the project. Love the concept. I think, we're going to have to make some decisions over the next couple of years on where the growth will be for the city. And I think in terms of the process that you've undertaken, in terms of the feedback you've gotten from the residents and how you've incorporated that into the design, check. So if it were just on that, you'd have my support. The problem I'm having is just a bigger problem in general that unfortunately I don't see a solution for anytime soon. And that is, I know of at least 2 or 3 projects in the pipeline. They will all come and tell us the same thing. The math doesn't pencil. So you were asked this evening, well, what would you do? And you said, well, you guys don't have an ordinance. I kind of have to work within the market. And because you don't have an ordinance, I'm just kind of going to do what I got to do with my project and not really account for that. And I think the issue with that response, at least for me as a policymaker, is I still have to meet my RENA requirements. And I'm not necessarily sure you're helping me or wanting to partner with me, and you're asking me to take on some cost. Now, you tell me we're going to maintain our roads, but let me ask you this. There's a water main break on your development. Are you paying for that, or is the city paying for that?
The water is private on our site, so we would pay for that.
You would pay for that. If there is a some sewage issue, just kind of walking through all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying under all of those circumstances right now, any service that's being provided by the city, you guys would cover it when it comes to infrastructure? Are there scenarios where you wouldn't?
So the HOA is responsible for maintaining those facilities. I will say that the sewer is public, and the lift station will be for the public because it serves all of Glen Cove. That one needs to be public. That's the wastewater district. So they will own and maintain those facilities, and that's very critical. So that's on them. The water line in Glen Cove, where it passes the front of our project, we do meter off of that. So it is a private system on site. So yeah, the HOA is responsible for maintaining the water line, the streets, and the HOA landscaping there.
Do you want to comment, Director?
If I could just jump in, I wanted to add 2 points really quickly. First of all, just to clarify that the timeline for review is probably going to be a little bit longer than what was stated, just because it's going to take us more time with our staffing challenges in Public Works. And then I also just wanted to note that the RENA requirement does include a number of units that we need to build in the above moderate category. We have not fulfilled that full requirement yet, so if this project moves forward without affordable component attached to it, it's still going to be helping us on our RENA.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100% on that. I think the issue I'm having is, folks who are coming to do business in our market should have an understanding of the condition of the city and what we're trying to accomplish from a housing perspective. So we don't have the ordinance. You're trying to come in and build stuff. And then you're putting the onus on us to have to figure out the rest of the housing supply, and you see where the city is financially. How are we supposed to meet that? You're leading us right into a problem. And I think there is some shared responsibility if you know the community you're operating in and you're also trying to serve that market. At least that's my perspective. The other problem I generally have with this issue, which is more a council and a city issue and less a you issue, so I don't want to put that on you, is we had the Tri-Point development that went up in that part of town. Now we have this one. What other land, you guys know the housing inventory list better than I do, so what other land can be developed in the Glen Cove area that would, perhaps from a RENA perspective, provide additional affordable options to homeowners that may want to move into Glen Cove?
I'll probably defer to Cesar. He knows the zoning map a little bit better than I do.
So I'm pulling up the zoning map right now on my iPad. If we speak specifically in the Glen Cove area, everything in Glen Cove is pretty much built out, except for this parcel here at the edge of Glen Cove. The other vacant parcels in the Glen Cove area are zoned as resource conservation or parks, recreation, and open space. So this is the last residential zone property in Glen Cove that would allow residential development.
Can I ask real quick of staff, is any of the housing requirements met through accessory dwelling units or any of those assumptions? I don't know the answer, I'm just curious.
I think that it can be. I think there may need to be a deed restriction associated with that. But yeah, we can.
Yeah, just in general, I don't know how it is in the housing element here, but some cities meet their needs citywide by.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it more, there is a component where we actually report out on that information, and it does count towards it.
And the broader point here is a bigger one, which is it goes back to like knowing our community and some of the issues that they've been surfacing over time that we tell them we're going to address, and this is a council thing, not you. Just want to clarify. So I've had longtime Vallejo residents calling into meetings, elevating this issue in other spaces, where they will say, there is an overconcentration of a certain type of housing in one part of the community, and that type of housing supply, it's not mixed, it's not being provided across the city. And what we're doing is we're sort of doubling down because we don't have an ordinance to collect any revenue. We don't really have anything else to build out, especially in the Glen Cove area, which is beautiful. It's the first place I moved into when I moved here. And so naturally, whatever we do have left, we're probably looking at the western part of town, right? Because Blue Rock is not going to come in and say, we're going to offer affordable housing. Right? Let's call a spade a spade.
There's that. There's a lot of infill spots. There's also Mare Island is another area.
So the western part of the city is where we would essentially put folks and say, here's the affordable housing supply. If it pencils out, which no developer is saying it's penciling out, and probably will not say it will pencil out for the next couple of years unless we step in with some funding, which we don't have. So that is really at the crux of this, and you guys need to make that decision tonight, right? So not to make it more difficult, but this is why I was pushing when the inclusionary housing ordinance was presented in the summer. I was pushing for us to make some decisions and move this stuff forward right away, because now that's being pushed out, God knows to when. You guys, do you have a timeline on when we're going to get that ordinance?
Actually, yeah, we are actively working on it. We did just receive the nexus and feasibility studies from the consultant, so we are going to get started on the drafting.
So there's that, right? So when are we going to put that in place? How are we going to set the mechanism to collect that revenue? We've got all these other projects in the pipeline. Right now, those projects are in my neck of the woods. I'm sure that developer is going to say the math ain't mathing. And so now we really have the western part of the city where we could possibly see that. And I don't really hear developers saying the math is penciling out, folks. So there's just a general issue I'm just having with how we're managing this entire process and how we're connecting all these pieces. I think what I'm hearing from the developer is, what's the analogy? You don't blame the player, blame the game, right? Is that how it goes? So, that's essentially what I'm hearing from you tonight. Like, don't blame me for this, just blame the game, which is the way the system is set up here in Vallejo. There's no ordinance, so I don't have to pay anything. So I guess what I'm trying to get at, just to close, is if we're going to meet all of our RENA requirements, we got to get money for that. We also have to work with folks that are going to make the math pencil, and none of those folks are saying that the math is penciling right now. So how are we going to do that? That's one. And then two, there's an over concentration of a certain type of housing supply happening on our districts, Councilmember Letterju and my district, and that doesn't really provide housing options for residents who have been complaining for decades about that. So that's the real crux of the issue for me, at least. I think you guys have a beautiful project, but it doesn't seem like you may want to play ball on some of the housing issues that we may be elevating, which we spoke to you about when we met.
I understand. I don't know that I can solve all the problems, and I've got to work with the neighbors, and I appreciate where you're coming from.
And the last point out, the reason why I asked you the questions about the pricing is because I maybe have a different perspective than you have. 2028 is a long time from now. Maybe a very different condition in the real estate market than it is today. So I do think you may have some room to work with us, but you got to be able to sit down at the table to work with us.
We very well may, and but it may get worse. So it's a risk in a long time.
All right, we just have Councilmember Palmares online. I'll see if he has any quick comments, and then we'll move to a vote.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you so much. Also, I apologize for my voice. This is good as it's going to get tonight. So first off, I just want to say that I do support this project, and sounds like at least the majority of my colleagues do support this as well. But I just do want to say that, frame this in a different perspective. To deny a developer in this kind of project, a project that's been following all the rules, would have a chilling effect out there in a market that's really right now these days not very amenable to housing construction. So it's very important that we have a credible reputation with developers out there, especially with housing. My only other point, and it's a good segue after Councilmember Matias's comment. Those concerns, especially when it comes to meeting arena numbers and getting the kinds of housing that we would need, that happens at pre-development, and frankly, it happens even way before that. And one of my recommendations for this council is, we should consider having a housing strategy. And that's fundamentally different from a housing element. Housing element is more like an inventory, and it's a state requirement, but a housing strategy, and the city of Vacaville has one. They had one in 2021, but it's really analyzing what are the things that we need to do to encourage more of that housing. Not just, hey, we got enough sites, but looking at the market dynamics, what are the barriers to construction, short, medium, and long-term actions the city could take. So I think investing in that strategy is very worthwhile. Otherwise, I mean, it's just, we're kind of susceptible to getting whatever we get. So I firmly believe we got to take the reins on this. We don't have a whole lot of land, but with whatever we do have left, I would encourage us to consider a housing strategy to take control of like how this community is going to develop going forward. So that's all I have to say, and thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again for answering questions to all of our commenters. It's late. I'm going to see if we have a motion on this item, and we'll close it out.
Yes, I move that we hold a public hearing to consider and one, adopt a resolution approving a subsequent mitigated negative declaration to the previously certified General Plan 2040 Environmental Impact Report, EIR, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, MMRP. Two, introduce an ordinance amending the zoning map PD 24-0001 to change the zoning district for the property located at the northeast corner of Shady Lane and Wildflower Avenue, APNs 0079-171-170 and 0079-120-100 from the residential low density RLD and residential medium density RMD to planned development PD, and 3, adopt a resolution approving a tentative subdivision map TM 23-0001 development review DVR 23-0017 design review DR 23-006, 0006, and landscape review LR 23-0002 for the development of 51 single-family residences known as the Vista Cove subdivision.
All right, and before we vote on that, I'm going to clarify back with the planning team. Do we need to add to that to place the deed restriction on the other half of the property, or is that already embedded in there?
It's already included as a condition.
Okay, so that includes the deed restriction as a condition. All right, with that, why don't we do a voice vote, or roll call vote?
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Ledeju. Matias.
No.
Palmaris.
Aye.
Mayor Soros.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
And Councilmember Begenzer.
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember Matias opposed.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us this late. And we do have one more item, so we have continued 9B. We have 9C, Blue Rock Springs Golf Course. I have been assured that this is a short item, and my suggestion is if we start to get long-winded, that we continue it to our next meeting, but we'll at least open it up now, and if we can do it quickly, we'll do it quickly. So I'll ask our city clerk if you could please announce item 9C.
Adopt a resolution approving the Blue Rock Springs preliminary golf course concept plan for submittal to the City of Vallejo Planning and Development Services Department.
All right, thank you. We'll also go ahead and open up public comment for this item. Members of the public wishing to speak to council on the Blue Rock Springs golf course concept plan can sign up at the kiosk in the back or by raising your hands online. And with that, we have Assistant City Manager Hain, I believe, will start out the presentation. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yes, I will try and be brief. We've come before you twice recently with these similar plans. So again, we'll look at the location, the background where we got, how we got here today, the outreach, our concept plan reviews, and next steps. Next slide, please. This is the location here of the municipal city-owned Blue Rock Springs Golf Course. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of a zoom in of all the different parcels on both sides of Columbus Parkway. The quarry is to the right of the screen and residential to the north and left. Next slide, please. Again, it's 225 acres. In May 2017, there was a negative impact on the general fund that we were supplementing the golf course of at least 4.6 million from 2011 to 2017. So at that point, the city council issued an RFQ to try and redevelop the site to improve the golf course, increase those revenues, and be revenue generative. Next slide, please. There was an RFP, as I stated, released, and these were the goals of the RFP. Next slide, please. The winning respondent, Greg Norman and Lewis, which became Blue Rock LLC. Next slide, please. In 2020, we had some pretty difficult negotiations with Sire, who filed an initiative and a legal claim, which resulted in a settlement agreement and a collaborative use easement across the site that limited what the city and developer could and couldn't do. Then there was a redesign of the project incorporating these interests. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a map of where the quarry is in the green inside the center of the circle. And to the left of your screen, you'll see Blue Rock Golf Course. The green closest to the quarry is golf only, red, potentially retail, commercial, and then in the yellow, residential golf proposal. And that was in the collaborative use easement. This is another zoom in of what that would look like moving forward as we design the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so in 2022, the city completed a purchase and sale agreement for a transfer of a portion of Blue Rock Springs Golf Course. And we also negotiated a performance and participation agreement. And we worked with some outside consultants to analyze performas and data. And that purchase and performance agreement was approved by council in December 2024. So that performance agreement has several elements listed here on the slide, a payment structure where there's a payment share for points throughout the deal process timeline, a restructure of a new golf plan, commercial component, appraisals midway through the process, CFD taxes, and a performance schedule with dates and timelines. Next slide, please. These are the key deal terms to the performance and participation agreement, which we reviewed the last couple times that we've been to council. But basically, these are the 4 points of cost share upfront, $400,000 upon entitlements, another 1.5 million. Again, at the sale of the land to the housing developer, and then a profit share with the home builder at the sale of the home, and then a recurring transfer fee upon subsequent sale of each of the lots. Next slide, please. So we've worked with Blue Rock LLC to work on a new refurbished clubhouse and golf course. Then we've been looking at the commercial component and working on the schedule. Next slide, please. So here's a list of community benefits and some other terms within the agreement. Next slide, please. This is the outreach that's taken place throughout the project, community meetings and input gathering from the surrounding interested community, GVRD. There was a committee created to give input to the developer as he worked through these concept plans. Next slide, please. On July 16th, the developer submitted the 3 concept plans consistent with his timeline requirements. The city was to respond by September 13th, which we did. September 9th, council reviewed those plans and gave specific feedback to the developer. Then those changes and updates were made to the plans. They came back to City Council January 27th, and we all previewed those updated plans. And today, the request is simply to ask for council approval to submit for the entitlement applications with the current design as amended per the council direction. Next slide, please. So the things that council wanted added to the design, which were included in this submittal, was an increased event center capacity from 350 people to 500, an optional task of under clubhouse golf cart storage, phasing of development tasks to allow for scaled implementation. If we have lots of money, we can build the biggest and the best, and if we have a smaller amount, then we can phase it in. And then we did have the developer look at a youth center. And at our last meeting in January, we talked about steering that potential youth center or community center to Blue Rock Springs Park, using some of those existing developer park fees, as this current project, the way that it's built, will not probably have the funding to redesign the golf course and build the youth center. So we'll be looking at some of those developer park fees. Next slide. This is the most recent cost analysis, which is, this is the first original costs, which were about 16.5 or 16.3 million with a potential 5 million for underground golf cart storage. And then the next slide shows you our updated costs as we communicated to council. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Which is about 23 million. So we had the 16 plus the 5 was around between 20 and 21. And this one is around 23. It's a pretty small there, but it is in your packages too. So the 500-seat banquet hall puts it at 21.7. And then the basement cart under storage adds another 2.2 million. So we're around 23-ish. Now these are very high level. And as we've all talked about before, costs are continuing to rise while housing market prices have either stayed flat or fallen. So once we get the entitlements in and we are in a position where the CEQA and the process is moving forward, we'll then reanalyze these numbers again. And before those entitlements come before you for approval, we'll then be looking at phasing out those costs and giving a realistic estimate of what we think the project will support, and then looking at other funding mechanisms for the other phases and tasks. Next slide, please. So again, the market will dictate the city's share of profits. So I've always communicated it's really important that we get all the entitlements set up and ready to roll, and we actually act when the market has an uptick. Because if the developer makes more money, then the city's cost share is going to be higher. If say if today entitlements were ready and we were going to break ground this spring, our share would be much lower given the current market. So as we go through this entitlement process, we may be asking for council to consider some flexibility in timing depending on where the market goes. We will need to definitely use CFDs and other financing mechanisms for this project. And again, we'll bring those alternatives and options to you with the entitlement applications. Next slide, please. So if the council does give direction to Blue Rock Springs LLC to submit the current plans as reviewed in January by council and tonight, the next steps would be entitlements, including but not limited to general plan amendment, zoning amendment, tentative map plan, development permit, or other entitlements. We would start the CEQA process. More than likely, we're thinking it will be an EIR. We will continue gathering public input, and those final hearings will be here at City Council. Next slide, please. So with that, that concludes my staff presentation. I know that the developer has a presentation as well, but the recommendations as set forth in the council's September meeting and January meeting are moving forward with the Blue Rock Springs Concept Clubhouse Design Number 1 and Golf Course Concept Design Number 3 with the additions council requested as reviewed in January and this evening. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have a separate presentation from the developer, or are you available to answer questions? All right, come on up. Thank you for your patience as well.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I really appreciate this council accommodating our hearing tonight. So thank you so much for keeping this project on track. Gillian, can I borrow that remote? Okay, in light of Gillian's good presentation, that will allow me to abbreviate some of this, but I hope that abbreviation is not a reflection of the amount of work, time, and energy for the last 6, 7, 8 years. We've been conceiving a project on the golf course, but very excited to be here. So Mayor and Council, my name is Jeb Elmore. I'm here representing Blue Rock Springs LLC, and I'll offer a little more information of who I am and what we're up to. So, a lot of verbiage here, more importantly for you to read later, but the most important, I think, is the last sentence, which tonight offers your guidance and agreement to allow us to proceed with a project. You retain full discretionary approval on the entitlements, so nothing you're stating or committing to today is a commitment towards the final entitlements, which you'll get to revisit. Both the project for the mixed-use development that's been going to be proposed and considered, as well as the golf course, would be approved as one final entitlement package, and I'll run through the timeline momentarily. Just to highlight, again, what Gillian already articulated on a kind of a contextual map here, I think just for size and scale, the total golf course area today is a 225-acre golf course and open space area. Our proposed mixed-use development would go over about 70 of those acres in total, which represents about 31% of the total site area, leaving approximately 190 some odd acres still as golf or open space. Who we are, Blue Rock Springs LLC, the same folks that Gillian mentioned, a combination and joint venture between Greg Norman Golf Course Design and the Lewis Group of Companies, who I primarily represent and work for as my employer. As far as who the Lewis Company is, as stated, since the early 70s have been one of the most active and largest developers in Solano County with a tremendous amount of development history and success stories up and down the I-80 corridor, including some here in Vallejo. Our project team consultants, we visited Greg Norman, Carl Campos, a great architect, and CBG, a civil engineer, of course, as well. So we've got a full team of project team members on board. This is the project timeline leading us to where we are, and I'll just quickly address that we're in the final stage there of going through a series of performance milestones, but if we're considered for approval and acceptance today, then this actually starts our formal entitlement process, which we're extremely excited to proceed with and are ready to do so immediately. Just wanted to focus on the existing setting as well. The golf course obviously has some major disrepair issues, specifically the west course, where we're proposing a majority of the development. I also want to point out the clubhouse. Clubhouse was built in the 1960s, has an indoor seating capacity of 80 total people, has no outside event or capacity or pre-function space included in the building, and has no outdoor reception space, and is really not conducive to hold those very important revenue-generating events, weddings, banquets, all those things, even large tournaments. Also, just want to mention, we did hold an additional community outreach meeting in October 2025, and our stakeholder meetings have continued into this year and will continue going forward. Gillian already did a great job, I think, identifying the participation agreement, the purchase agreement. I'm going to move quickly through that slide here as well as a recap of performance milestone 2, which we have achieved. And here before you today is milestone 3, which I'll go over in just a moment, which is next slide. So this is our submittal of the final golf concept plan. We have responded to a few comments, I think, appropriately, and we've analyzed a few additional options. So tonight, looking for firm direction on which options to include as part of course, staff's overview and recommendation. In the event we are approved tonight, then we have 120 days to submit our preliminary application for the entire project, which again will include the mixed-use development and would be the first step in the entitlement process. Going now through the concept plan itself. So here's an overview. That yellow blob is about 60 acres, all located on the west course, that's currently going to likely be proposed for residential development, or I'll say will be proposed for residential development. The 9-hole par 3 course is identified along the northerly portion of the proposed residential area. More importantly, it's proposed along the southerly boundary of the existing residential. In 2018, our commitment to the neighbors was to preserve golf premiums and golf next door to the community where it exists today, and we continue to maintain that commitment. As Gillian alluded to, here's a more clear depiction of the total budget that we are now representing based upon a further refined design. And indeed, we are talking about a total cost package for about $5.8 million, which would develop the west course par 3 9-hole, and the east course, which of course includes the clubhouse and a brand new driving range, about $15 million for a total package of $21.5 million. That's the base package. And then of course some of the elements that Gillian alluded to potentially look at increasing that budget would be things like enlarging the event center. We'll get to those in a second, but enlarging the event center, putting the cart storage underneath the clubhouse, as opposed to a separated indoor structure, as well as looking at other things like other amenities in the area, which we'll cover in a moment as well. Sorry, let me go back to that west course. I think we talked about why did we choose this option. I think the feedback we got from this council at the time was, really this par 3 option supports a diverse and equitable recreation option for the community. It's unique. It would be the only one of its kind in Solano County, so we think that'd be a great draw. And again, it maintains that very critical buffer to both our northerly and westerly neighbors. Breakdowns of the cost summary, but the total I think is the important, but happy to answer any questions about that. I'm going to move on. Here, just to clarify, we had a little error in the last presentation. We've corrected that. The proposal does include a 350 seating capacity event center, and then we have 339 parking stalls currently planned in front of you here. Obviously, more parking would be alluded if we put the golf cart storage underneath the building. If we do other things like enlarge the clubhouse, enlarge the event center, obviously that will take away parking. We've got some metrics in here, but ultimately could review that design. I think it's also very important that some of the neighbors have put in some commentary to me, an expression of, I think, general support, but also interest, and really want this clubhouse to be a true destination, a sense of place for the community. We certainly agree with that. I think if we just really focus on putting together the right architectural elements and finishes and designs, that we really can create something magnificent for the city, and we're looking forward to helping deliver that. specifically for views from Columbus Parkway on that'd be a nice magnificent setting. So here's a floor plan, a conceptual floor plan for the clubhouse. You can see all those tables off to the left, or those round circles. That's to, of course, highlight the event center space and the 350 seating capacity. Total clubhouse square footage is around 18,000 square feet, all single levels proposed. That's being done for cost-saving measures as well as view corridors and visibility. Want it to be scenic and want it to be visible, but not overtaking any of the nice scenic qualities of the natural open space behind it, and certainly the hills behind as well. We did go through and also looked at the driving range concept. Now, we really have what I think is a really cool concept, which and of course our architect led this effort to really put a synergy with the driving range, new technology, covered hitting bays, restaurant, bar, opening up back view to that driving range. Right now, the driving range is on the east course, the clubhouse is on the west course. It's not really conducive for someone to go out there and enjoy those as one package, which is so predominantly popular in so many golf courses. So it's certainly a proven concept that could exist on the Vallejo golf course as well, and Blue Rock on the east course specifically. Driving range costs fairly modest budget, but obviously most of it's existing out there today, so the cost for this one's the least of our concerns. We talk about the additional council request that Gillian covered again. The good news on the increased banquet hall is it's a fairly modest. All the costs are very concerning. Look, all these costs are going to be challenging. The math is, we're having trouble mathing the math, to use Councilmember Mateus's line there earlier. All that being said, the 500-seat option would be another $1.7 million. The underground cart storage would be another $1.6 million on top of that, and would increase our parking spaces. And I think we've discussed, as Gillian alluded to, also youth center concepts and how this project may or may not support or complement those. We're happy to further engage council and the city on that as appropriate. So that's an overview of where we're at. We've got this small font but detailed line item budget as well, which now includes, in case you all want to look at parts and pieces of those additional items, and we've got different cumulative totals in the event any choices are made with regards to enlarging the event hall, the underground cart storage, and other contributions towards the facility and the youth facility specifically. Okay, the first thing I want to show you are some renderings, but the thing I don't want to commit to here today is that we have not executed on any architectural design at this time. We wanted to produce these for a mass scale look-feel approach, but through the entitlement process is where we're going to focus, collaborate with the community, with city staff and council, of course, as well, with regards to architecture and how we will actually formulate and implement such through a design standard. So these are good for massing. Obviously, it's more of an urban contemporary look and feel here today, but obviously different facades. Just like homes, we can re-articulate architecture to generate almost any outcome within reason. Of course, we always will be considering costs. Another view straight on, this is what the clubhouse would appear off of Columbus Parkway directly. And then coming in for the main entry into the east course, this would be kind of the side view as well as you come in. The event center would be effectively attached, although it would be technically separated, but connected with interior connection hallways to the clubhouse, the golf club shop, the restaurant. So this is truly a dedicated event center. I'd point to Hidden Brook as a good example of what the look and feel would be like. So if any of you have not been to the event center up in Hidden Brook, this would be a great example, or let me know and we can get a tour up there and go up there and look at it. So I'm getting, I think, to the end, which is probably good for all of us here tonight. I want to just go through two more quick slides. Overview of Performance Milestone 4. So Performance Milestone 4 is indeed the pre-application for the mixed-use design, and we would go through a process. There's no council interaction at that pre-application, so once we get comments from city staff and the other agencies, then we immediately proceed on a fixed timeline to deliver our full application, which absolutely will include an environmental impact report for a project of this size and scale. Will be required, I'm sure, for us on many levels. So we will be processing full entitlements. And lastly, if I can change the slide appropriately, I put together a little schedule. Now, I can't commit to this schedule. It certainly relies on a lot of what happens here today, what happens here tomorrow, what happens with the project, a lot of other factors out there. But just to offer, I wouldn't say if everything went perfect, but if everything went accurately right, we'd have, continued outreach throughout the project. Our entitlements are probably a 2 to 3 year effort. Design engineering, of course, upon those entitlements would occur for 1 year. Start our land development over 2 years. You can see these years are going out. It's always crazy to write a schedule out to 2037, but that's effectively when we think we'll be seeing project construction. So probably towards the end of 28, early 29 is when those entitlements would likely be back before the council. And of course, the homes and development and the retail being developed over time, really from in the 2030s, let's call them. So anyways, that concludes my abbreviated presentation. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'd be happy, of course, to answer any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Oh, let me thank Ms. Hain and Ms. Taylor as well, that have obviously put in tremendous effort and time. Gillian did solve a huge issue and kept this project alive, quite frankly, with the Sire Mining Company up on the hill, the quarry. So thank you, Ms. Hain, for your great efforts to date. Really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Before we get to council comments, do we have any public commenters on this item?
We do, and I don't know if they're still here, but we have 3 people that have signed up. David Belef, Ivy Miller, and Daniel Boone. I don't see any of them.
I'm not seeing any of them here. They may be online, so why don't we go to online?
Through the mayor, currently none of those speakers are logged in online. I think Ivy Miller was. Prior to the start of the presentation, she is no longer logged in, so no speakers at this time.
Oh, no one online. All right. So we'll close public comment. I'll look for questions, comments from my colleagues. Councilmember Matias.
So I just need clarification on the youth center piece, and this is also to Councilmember Latiju. So there was an original request made to incorporate, or let me take that back, to explore the costs associated with a build out of a youth center. There was some information shared at our last meeting, and so I just want to know if we're approving this project. I think we'd have to decide today if we also want that youth center accounted for in the process. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. You can give us direction if you'd like. The last meeting, we talked about the appropriateness of maybe putting it towards the park. So yeah, if you want to give us direction on what your preference is, but when the entitlements come is when you would approve or disapprove.
And then when it comes to the parks, I think you guys cited impact fees as a revenue source. Is that, I'm not trying to be funny here, but is that actually serious, like a serious recommendation? Because I don't know if we actually have that level of impact fees to be able to finance a project like that.
Impact fees from this project. So for example, the Costco housing and development project had about $3.5 million worth of fees. This one's going to be quite a bit bigger than that one. And so we built a park on site instead of collecting those fees. So we could potentially do something like that in this instance. Let's just say the fees are $4.5 million, the youth center costs $6 million. We could pair it with a grant and the fees and move it forward in that way.
Councilman, if I may, I think revenue was maybe not the right word to use there. It's really the fee burden, and those fees being potentially dedicated to a project-specific outcome could be an opportunity for us to look at.
Correct.
So fully supported, appreciate the work that you have engaged in to move this forward, and hopefully we can find ways to move it faster. But I will say I do support, yes, it's 2037, dude. It's a long time from now. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 2037. But that's all to say, I would very much like for you guys to continue exploring the youth center option in my district. And we talked about it at length at the last meeting, the reasons for which that's important. I think it would solve several issues if we were to actually seriously consider that and build it out.
Certainly recognize the underserved needs big time. So
thanks.
Thank you, council member.
All right, I'm not seeing any other council members, so I'll go and I'll also be brief. I think the thing that I supportive of the project. It's been a long time coming, like 10 years for various reasons, many quarry related. But I'm really, I'm really concerned about the cost and the cost sharing. And, there were some questions that came out of the community. I think there were some misunderstandings that came out of the community that it's important for us to dispel right now. One being, okay, this is public land. We're talking about $29 million of construction. Folks are thinking that's coming out of public budget. I do have some concern that the overages that we're seeing, the longer this takes, the more expensive it's going to get. That's just life. That's just life and inflation. I want us to really clarify right now what the funding mechanism is for this project, and if there is any risk that it is ever going to require additional public dollars, God forbid the general fund, but additional public dollars or subsidies beyond what we've already talked about with respect to, just for the clarification to some of the community questions that were coming in. The idea was to use the residential development, the sale of those parcels and those homes, to subsidize, basically to fund the development of the golf course. So it's a very great example of public-private partnership where the city's land is being leveraged using the help of a private developer without us having to put up any tax dollars. Now, that's great, but the math is starting to tilt where we're not going to get as much revenue from the homes as we thought we were going to get, and the construction of the clubhouse and everything else is more. And I worry very deeply. Mr. Elmore and I spoke about this recently. Can we clarify a little bit? We're not committing to any one model tonight, so we're okay for now. But at what point do we start to have risks for additional public funds going into the project? And can we talk a little bit about that $10 million minimum? Because if we come in revenues less than expected and we come in less than 10 million, I would love to know what happens as well. So I think we need to get that on the record real quick before we proceed.
Sure. I'll start and you can jump in. So the performance agreement and the purchase and sale agreement, Jeb has graciously already agreed to the 10.5 million no matter what. If the revenues come in less than that, he's still going to pay that. So that's our floor. It's not our ceiling, it's our floor. Hopefully housing prices in 2030, 2032, when this begins to be built, will go up and our cost share will be much more than 10 million. Other financing mechanisms, definitely CFDs for infrastructure stuff, for services. What else, Jeb? What else have we talked about? We talked about.
So we're on the hook. So 10. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to make sure I understand it. So 10 million minimum.
Yep.
Will be the contribution coming from the sale of the homes.
Correct.
And so if we're looking at $29 million investment, we are on the hook for that, depending on if we add all the additional stuff, which I'm also I'm very wary of. Love the ideas, but again, we're just dealing with budget concerns, and I don't want to commit. I mean, we had this with the police station, where we went through design, all that effort in design for like this, Cadillac version of something that we now can't afford. So are we on the hook for that additional 13 million?
So I wouldn't say on the hook. The way that we're envisioning this is that we phase it. So we take the first phase one, and maybe it's the clubhouse and a small event center and some minor improvements to the golf course that meet the 10 to 12 million range, right? Okay, this is phase one. Phase two extra would be, the larger improvements to the event center, maybe even the fancier driving range. Phase three would be the underground golf. That's a would love to have, but probably can't afford at this point. That, what was it, almost 2 million? For the under golf court storage?
$1.5 million. Yeah.
$1.5 million. So that's kind of if we make a lot of money or we find some other funding elsewhere, yes. So we're not on the hook at the time of entitlements. If we phase it in such a way, think of it this way, get it all approved and you may only build phase one or phase 1 through 3, but you have the option of building all of the phases if we find the money. So at that time, if council looks at the general fund and says, we're in flux, we have extra park fees to do the youth center, we have extra money here to augment this revenue generator, fine. If we find grants, if we, structure the CFDs in such a way that there's a few $1 million there, there's definitely funding mechanisms that we will look at. We're not on the hook to say, this is a $23 million project, and if he only gives us 10, we have to do the 13. That is not the case. The council will have the final decision on what they would like to do depending on what budget is available that you would like to spend towards it.
Okay, that's helpful information, and
Mayor, if I may add just a
Sure,
little
go
on that.
ahead.
I mean, we recognize we're in a little bit of a downgraded market right now in the residential world. And the numbers put before you and the floor price that Gillian mentioned is correct. And there is a gap, and it is making us all a little nervous right now. And we will want to work with the city council and staff to mitigate for those gaps in a way by which we don't force an outcome under certain market dynamics. So if the project doesn't work for both of us, then let's not rip everything down and put something in that's not going to quite be funded. So I do believe our project will ultimately fund much more than $10.5 million. And if we add CFDs into the equation, that includes services CFDs as a component to the city on a perpetuity ongoing basis, that could provide funding mechanisms to get, I think, close to that budget. We are talking about something that would be revisited 3 years down the line. So I can't give you any, I'm not going to give you any false promises. The market's going to dictate ultimately what we can't do, but
we had this conversation. The market
Understood.
is going to do one of many things. That
Exactly.
Is probably the most unpredictable it's been in some time.
And ultimately, the entitlements that are going to have to be portrayed, and we're going to have this discussion again at that time. There's no doubt about it in our minds.
So I'm just in, I think the late hour, and I wasn't here for the conversation in January about, like I said, I don't love adding really anything to it at this point, because I don't want time to be spent on design and entitlement of stuff that we know we're not going to be able to afford. I don't have a problem moving this forward now, because I think it moves the project forward. But I'm really apprehensive, and I'm going to be watching like a hawk for just to make sure that we're not, biting off more than we can chew, because I think we've seen that in the city in the past, where we end up with overages. And so, it's just something to be extremely cognizant of, especially since our community is feeling it as we come out and tell them we've got a $28 million structural deficit. I mean, they're feeling it. They're not wanting to see us come up here and make financial commitments of public funds. And so I'll be very clear tonight that what we're doing is not making any commitments of public funds. We are not committing to any one model. This is still just the design phase. But we're going to have our eye on this, and we're going to have to be looking at it really carefully. We're going to have to be having some really frank conversations. So I'll kind of leave it there, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Letajou.
So, all things fair and all said very well. But I just want to take it a step further, because it's no different than developing a housing development or whatever the case may be. And it really is around, yes, you're building this concept, but as you're building a concept and you're trying to fly this concept, how are we really looking at how this is going to be financed? Not just based on market conditions. We know market conditions change all the time, but there begins to be a process of, here are the dollars that we're going to go after. Where is that plan? Where is that layering of financial finances to finance this potential project? And you should be able to come with that plan. And we know that market conditions always fluctuate, and we have to be agile in the process, because it's taking us so long to get there, right? But we should have an idea of where these funds are going to come from. We should be able to do predictive modeling that's going to tell us some things based on our, when we're looking at economic analysis given by our economists and so forth and on. And what our conditions are in terms of grants availability, all of these different things. And that's what I want to hear about. You can't just give me a diagram and say, this is what I'm going to do. Yes, you need to do that part. And here are the financing mechanisms that we are moving forward, not just CFDs. So I want to know about that, because you've got to go to the bank, you have to have a construction loan, you need to figure out potentially where you can get dollars from for other things that are always ongoing when you're doing this project. when you're doing your developments, you're building houses for your company, you're doing that. You're not just you're not giving a picture of, oh, here's the development. No, how are we going to finance this development? Am I wrong or right?
No,
Okay.
Councilmember, of course you're right.
Okay, so I would like to know, give me some base modeling on financing.
So, I mean, from our perspective, you know, part of what was mentioned in the presentation, but obviously we are trying to move a little fast tonight, we went through about a 7 to 8 month process at our expense, hiring on the city's behalf a financial consulting firm that the city chose. And we worked through a series of financial models to help negotiate the performance agreement ultimately. So we've been vetted. Now, the data, as you mentioned, market conditions change and whatnot, but the data was all vetted by a third party under the city's purview at our expense again to effectively come to mutual agreement on what the financial outcome. It was a very detailed pro forma based upon what we knew at the time, of course. So we'll have to continuously update those models. So I want to make sure, first of all, that the deal has been very, very much financially vetted. Now, I think the next step is, what's the funding plan, what's the finance plan, and how are we going to affect that outcome, and that certainly will need to be part of the entitlement effort. So obviously, we're rerunning our numbers every day. We're looking for efficiencies. We're looking at ways to generate more revenue, look for other revenue sources. We've mentioned a few today. There may be more out there. But yes, we still have some more fiscal planning to do. But I didn't want this discussion to end with, we've done no financial modeling. We actually did a lot of deep-rooted financial modeling with tremendous transparency with your city staff.
So when you come before us, and there was a real important point made by the mayor, and I actually got an email from one of the reporters saying, can you explain this? You know, we do have a responsibility to talk about that. You know, what does that look like? Because it just sounds like we're flying a plane, and I know we can't just fly a plane without the financial modeling work that needs to be done. And sometimes, especially now, we need to talk about what is that financial modeling, and here's our next step in doing X, Y, and Z. This is why we know that this is financially viable. You know, and I know you ran through the presentation, but, you know, a $29 million, $28 million deficit, and we're saying, what are we going to do? So
this is also why I think we very carefully crafted a very staged and incremental performance agreement with these milestones we've been running through routinely. We couldn't solve for the equation necessarily on what the financial outcome was going to be until we knew what this recreation package, ultimately to your all favor, was going to look like. And until we had certainty from our part of what we were going to need to focus on funding, this is the starting place to take us to now, how are we going to develop and design a project that can maximize funding, along with putting together a great community design to support, if not all, as much of that budget as possible. That's my goal, certainly. I just cannot sit here and promise you today that that's achievable, but that's why we're not agreeing to it all today, because the other thing we don't know is what ultimately could potentially be entitled on this property. We know what our restrictions and constraints are, but once we know, hopefully tonight, what the golf and recreation scope is, and we start going through an entitlement effort, then those will put the pieces of the puzzle together. I know I'm answering with some unknowns and theories, but that's because we don't know what the final products on both sides are yet to be. But here today represents the starting place to identify what our financial goal is for the project.
All right, thank you. I'm not seeing any other comments from council members unless Councilmember Palmares is online and has his hand up, which, based on how sick he is, I don't know that he is. So I think we might be ready for a motion on this item.
Mayor, may I ask for my guest associate of my stakeholder committee to be allowed to make a one comment or two?
Yes, he's more than welcome to come
Are
up.
you going to make it brief?
Please keep it brief. We'll ask you to please keep it brief. It is 12:30.
And I understand your concerns about financing. By the way, Dennis Yen, resident city of Vallejo. I think if I want to leave you with one thing, I think you're going to move forward tonight, and I'm happy about that because it does need to move forward. It has not been decades. It has been 25 years on this frickin' project, okay? And it's time to move it. And this is as far as we've gotten. It's not necessarily the project I would have wanted 25 years ago, but it is the project you have before you, and it works. It works. And one thing I want to leave you with, because I understand the financing concerns for this. This is a business. You need to keep in mind that this is a business that makes money. Now, if you want to take a look at some of the staff reports previously that said, no, we lost so much money, I'd love to get in that debate with you at any point in time. Okay, and I've reached out to some of you, and we can talk about that. But the bottom line is, it's a business. It's a business right now that Touchstone Kemper, I guess it's Kemper now. Kemper makes its incentive clause, has made it every year since 2018. That is, it's not just that we've made money on the course to support the course. We've made enough money on the course to give the operator an incentive to continue to move on. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a business that operates marginally from a monetary standpoint right now, but it can make more. And if there's any of the golfers that are up watching this tonight, I can tell you, they're screaming at their televisions that the course makes money, continues to make money. So if you want to consider in your financing at some point, what part of the profits every year do you want to set aside for that? To perhaps pay back a loan? To pay back some sort of financing mechanism? That's a conversation you should be having. We should all be having. It's not just you're building a building and then that's it. How do we finance the building? You have a business that makes money. And we're talking about taking that business and making more money. And I just want to leave you with that tonight. As you move forward, thinking about the project, look at it as a business. Just look at it as a business. There are going to be some problems as we move forward, because as we tear the course down and make moves, the revenue stream may be affected by that, and you need to understand how that revenue stream is going to be affected so that you have a reasonable expectation of what's going to happen. But if you can't take this project and make more money out of it, then the citizens of Vallejo are going to ask, why are you sitting up there? If you can't make a project work that makes money, and you want to keep talking about doing business and working with developers, give me a break. So I just, hopefully moving forward, you'll consider that, and we can continue that in the conversation, particularly when it comes to the issues of financing. Because there's a lot of policies that you can set in the next 120 days, in the next year, that can take the business and improve it. And it's all policy decisions on your part. It's not regulatory. It's not something that you're bound to do, but you can, at this point, look at your ability to move the financing around a little bit, to enhance the revenue, to make more money. And I hope I can leave you with that, and that you'll,
All right, thank you.
moving forward, give it
Thank you.
serious consideration. Thank you.
All right.
You can tell our stakeholder meetings are quite lively. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing
All
that.
right. I think we're ready for a motion on the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt a resolution approving the Blue Rock Springs LL preliminary golf course concept plan for submittal to the City of Vallejo Planning and Development Services Department.
All right. I see Councilmember Matias and Councilmember Gordon. Okay. Clarifying. Okay. Question on the motion.
An alternative to include exploring the youth center as an option. An alternative motion that I would like a vote on to explore the youth center as an option.
An alternative motion just for the youth center, because we would be voting on that first. Are you asking for an amendment?
Yes, I'm adding. So the motion was
Are you amending the
clean.
motion, or are you doing an alternative motion?
I'm doing an alternative because that was just as it stood. So I just want a separate motion.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the motion just for the youth center.
Everything that's in the plan now, plus the youth center.
Apparently not. And in this plan, is there a financing plan for the youth center? We're just adding the youth center?
I
at the
have a
cost?
different perspective than yours, and I'm just calling for a vote on it. So what I heard from Assistant City Manager Hayne is that we approved this, they're gonna cost it out, they're gonna put the plan together on how to finance these pieces, and again, this is something that's gonna get built out in the 2030s. That's a very long time from now, has a different real estate market that we're gonna be looking at, and so there's a lot of conversation and a lot of modeling that needs to happen between now and then. This just gives them the opportunity to look at that option, which is a need that we have in my district. So I would just like to call for a vote approving that preliminary course concept plan with the addition of the youth center. And I just want you guys to look into that.
All right, we'll do a voice vote on that then. Or, a roll call vote.
So the motion includes the amendment offered by Councilmember Matias, correct? Okay.
It's an alternate motion from Councilmember Matias.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Lettiju.
Motion plus.
So we've added it on, right?
Yeah,
Right,
it just,
okay.
I was trying to clarify whether it was an amendment,
we're
and it was said
adding
that it
the
was an
youth-
alternate motion, so we're taking it as an alternate motion.
So we are adding the youth center on to explore. So yes.
Paul Maris.
Aye.
Matias.
Yes.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Bergenzer.
Yes.
And Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all very much. And the proposal that we have for the rest of the meeting is from several council members, I believe, is to just take our second community forum and decline the rest of the agenda. So I think I see enough nods that is a solid majority. We'll go ahead and open up our second community forum for anyone who did not address council in our first community forum on items not on tonight's agenda. It does not appear we have anyone in person.
We do have one person signed up in person. It's Ivy Miller, who did not present earlier when she
I
was
don't
listed.
believe they're here, yeah.
Yes.
Do we have anyone online at this time?
No speakers online at this time.
All right, let's close the second community forum. We are going to skip the rest of the agenda, and we will adjourn at 12:38 a.m.